I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
You are watching BusinessDay Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. It's a pleasure to have you start your morning with us this lovely Wednesday morning. Let's see what's making the headlines today. Nigeria's private sector growth slows in May on declining employment. Tony Elumelu increases stake in UBA to 10.6%. Nigeria is world's most dangerous country to give birth, report says. Bill Gates to meet Tinubu, others on healthcare. Bruno Fernandes rejects £100 million Saudi riches to stay at Man United. Well, let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the private sector expansion pace is slowing down as inflationary pressures and declining employment persist. According to reports, the headline Purchasing Managers Index stood at 52.7 in May, indicating an improvement in business conditions for the sixth consecutive month. This figure, however, dropped from 54.2 in April, marking the slowest rate of growth since January 2025. The report shows that the significant development in May was the first decline in employment levels in 6 months. Some firms cited difficulties in paying staff, leading to voluntary resignations. Moving on, Chairman of UBA PLC Tony Elumelu has increased his stake in the bank to 10.6%. This follows the acquisition of UBA shares worth 43.9 billion naira on Friday, representing an additional 3.9% holding in the bank. According to reports, Elumelu maintains a stake both directly and indirectly through Heirs Holdings, HH Capital, and Heirs Alliance. Between May 22nd and 23rd, Heirs Holdings acquired UBA shares worth 1.5 billion naira on the Nigerian exchange, accounting for an 11% stake, followed by a direct acquisition by Elumelu on May 30th, amounting to 43.9 billion worth of shares. Still on, a recent United Nations survey has revealed that Nigeria is the most dangerous country to give birth. The report, compiled from 2023 figures, shows that 1 in 100 women dies in labor or the following day, putting it at the top of a league table no country wants to head. In 2023, Nigeria accounted for over 29% of all maternal deaths worldwide, an estimated total of 75,000 women dying in childbirth yearly, marking one death every 7 minutes. To end the local news, former governor of Imo State, Rochas Okorocha, has dismissed speculations predicting his plans to leave the All Progressives Congress. The former Imo State senator revealed this in a statement issued on Tuesday by his special advisor on media, Sam Owemodo. Okorocha has also refuted a recent report alleging that it described the APC as a party desperate to hijack power, saying that the report is a fabrication by his detractors. Okorocha revealed that he could not make such a statement about his party being a founding member. And on the foreign scene, Gates Foundation Chair Bill Gates will arrive in Nigeria this week to meet President Bola Tinubu to engage with top officials to discuss Nigeria's primary health care reforms. Gates will also participate in a Goalkeepers Nigeria event focused on Africa's innovation, meeting scientists and partners shaping AI strategy and scaling up health solutions. According to reports, the trip is coming shortly after he announced he would give $200 billion over the next 20 years through his foundation. Also, South Korea has handed a decisive victory to opposition candidate Lee Jae-myung 6 months after his predecessor's martial law bid failed. This move set off huge protests and ended former President Yoon Suk-yeol's career, impeaching and removing him from office as he still faces criminal charges for abusing his power. Residents say the president also faces new challenges abroad, crucially negotiating a trade deal with United States President Donald Trump to soften the blow of tariffs from South Korea's closest ally. And now to sport, Bruno Fernandes has reportedly turned down a blockbuster £100 million move to Saudi Pro League club Al Hilal, choosing to remain at Manchester United. Saudi giants Al Hilal were reportedly willing to pay up to £100 million for the 30-year-old Portugal international. According to reports, the deal would have more than doubled Fernandes' current salary at United, where he is already one of the club's top earners. After several days of taking consideration for the offer, Fernandes has now informed Al Hilal of his decision to stay in Manchester. To end the news, Jadon Sancho will leave Chelsea at the end of his loan spell on June 30th after the club failed to reach an agreement over personal terms for a permanent transfer. The 25-year-old winger joined Chelsea last summer on a loan deal from Manchester United, including an obligation to buy up to £25 million. Chelsea will now incur a £5 million penalty for not activating the purchase clause opening the door for Sancho to explore new options across England and Europe. Sancho made 42 appearances in all competitions for Chelsea this season, scoring 5 goals and providing 10 assists. Well, that does it this morning on the BDTV Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is the newspaper review. Do stay with us.
2 years is not too early to campaign. People just say that.
I want my children to be great.
Transportation is killing almost every one of us in Nigeria.
There is no profit in business again.
Tinubu is not the cause of Nigeria's suffering.
I did not vote for Tinubu, I will not lie.
I heard about the referendum, but I was told it was not real.
Many have weighed in their opinions on the issues surrounding the 2 years so far with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. How far has it been? It has been 2 years. And so, we decided to get out there on the streets to talk to market women, talk to students, and also speak to some professionals who understand what leadership is. And my team, of course, had all that time that they needed. But more importantly, the question is, so far, are we feeling the brunt or are we enjoying the leadership? All these questions need to be asked so we know exactly where we are as a country. So this is how far, so far, on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's leadership in Nigeria. So let's take a look and see what and what we had to gather. We'll be right back.
That would preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So, help me God.
2 years ago, a promise of renewed hope, Bola Ahmed Tinubu stepped into Nigeria's highest office. He inherited a nation's yearning for change, grappling with complex changes and challenges. Well, today, as his administration marked its second anniversary, we asked the question, so far, and how far has Nigeria come? From bustling markets to quiet neighborhoods, the heart of Nigeria beats with a mix of expectations and experiences. So we spoke with ordinary Nigerians from the marketplace.
I will tell you to go and check all this product. All this local made, they're supposed to reduce the price. They should check where they are producing it. If it is stores they are passing that is making everything to cost, they should know how to do it because all this local made supposed to benefit us. It's not important now. Why are they suffering us? Look at you cannot. If you want to buy biscuits now, before you buy this one, they will give you another one. Without that one, they will not allow you to buy your right one. Everything is just upside down. Tinubu should make things good for us. He should visit all this, especially this local goods, because the way the thing is coming out now, we are just like selling for them. There's no profit.
I did it for Tinubu. Tinubu is not the cause of Nigeria's suffering, to my own perception. Because if you look it from the critical view, Nigeria has been corrupted before Tinubu climbed the seat, to my own view. Though I'm jobless for now, but it's not Tinubu's fault. This is my 40 years of graduating, but I didn't regret it. Under Lagos State, during the Tinubu regime, I've acquired many skills under his regime.
I stay in Surulere. So in the morning, my husband will come and drop me. He will come and drop me here. My going home with my son, I spend, if I do Aroro, I will spend 2,000. If I do not do Aroro, I will spend like 2,200 or 2,400. When I'm very small, it's our father that has gone out to go and hustle. But now, we women, what we are doing now, we're doing many things. We are more than men now in the house. We are the men in the house now. I want my children to be great.
To schools and universities, and of course some students, and their voices painted a vivid picture.
The impact of Tinubu for the 2 years that he's on the as the president of Nigeria, and also for the economy also, sir. From my place to my school here, because I live at Ibejuleki, so me coming here, I spent 5,000 naira for transport fare. If I'm also going back home, I spend 5,000 naira, making 10,000 naira. So for this month alone, I've been spending 40,000 naira on only transport fare alone. Transportation is killing almost every one of us in Nigeria. If I'm coming to the school, I have to do what? I have to eat. Let's say I estimate myself for the food. I eat, let's say 1,000. So it's a lot. I heard about the student loan that we can actually take a loan that when we want to fill the form, they will ask for the name of the school and everything, and also the account of the school. They will deposit the money into the account of the school. That after we graduated from the school, they will be deducting the money from our salary. But I've not been benefited from the loan.
I've affected negatively because it's first time with my parents. So whatever affects my parents will affect me. It has not been easy to support my education. They should just consider us more on their plans and anything they want to do. They should consider the students. Like I had to come here from Badagry because my study center at Badagry does not have a lab for our practicals. So I had to come all the way from Badagry here to find a place to stay and all of that. It has been very risky and not easy. I've heard about the student loan, but I was told it was not real.
For some, the fuel subsidy removal and rising cost of living have brought significant hardship, while for others, they acknowledged that tough decisions holding on to hope for long-term gains was necessary. But again, insecurity remains a deep concern for many. Even as the government reports progress, it's a daily balance between struggling and resilience for Nigerians. So to understand the strategic shift, Elizabeth and I from BDTV News turn to Professor Anthony Killer, who is the director of CIAPS, a leading strategist in governance and policy making. He highlights the administration's bold reform like the exchange rate unification aimed at physical stability and attracting investment, which was not bad. But again, while these moves are made, the administration undoubtedly has caused immediate economic pain, particularly with inflation.
I am one of those people, the few of us left, that do not agree that removing fuel subsidy was a good idea.
Fuel subsidy is gone.
A lot of people agree that it's a good idea, including those of us who were against it before. All of a sudden they agree, let history and their conscience judge them. Because when some of us were against it, it wasn't personal, it wasn't political. It was pure economics. Why am I against removal of fuel subsidy? Because I know as a trained economist, and I want to underline that, when you remove fuel subsidy from a system like Nigeria, I was against it under Jonathan because I said it will increase the price of transportation, it will increase the price of food, it will create poverty. And that is exactly what has happened now. If you say to me that you have to remove fuel subsidy, you have to tell me two things. One, why do you want to remove it? And two, what are you going to do with the removal? If you're removing it because people are corrupt, then gather the corrupt people together and jail them or stop them from being corrupt. The people involved in the corruption of fuel subsidy are less than 2,000. So because of 2,000 people, you're going to make 200 million people suffer. That does not make sense the way I was brought up. But there's something very wrong about that, and it needs to be said.
Professor Anthony Killer also went on to point out some key areas where Tinubu's administration and style has affected the nation, but the challenge still lies in translating these policies into tangible improvements for every citizen of Nigeria.
I think so far the government is very high on intentions and politics, but rather low on governance.
Okay.
And I say this because I use three elements, three criteria. What did they meet there? What did they promise? And what do we expect from them? When they were going to government, what the promise was lower prices, more food, more employment, a better Nigeria. For any reason in the world. That is, by the way, so far so bad because the cost of energy has gone up, the cost of electricity has gone up, prices of food have gone up.
Absolutely.
So, I don't know, maybe they're building the house, maybe it will be better, but in the meantime, it is rough for people And it must be said, because if it is not said, government might get a wrong impression. You know, whether they are doing it for our own good. They celebrate reforms. Technically, I can see some of these reforms. I disagree with some of these reforms. I think we're halftime now. At halftime, government should be saying, I have done this, not I am going to do. You know, I call it governance by tenses. By halftime, government should be using past tense, not future tense. So they shouldn't be saying what they're doing or what they plan to do. I think that's not good for Nigeria. And because I'm not a partisan politician, I still hope that, they do something very quickly to improve the situation. But generally, the situation is bad. If you're in a country where the bag of rice is more than the salary
of the average
earner. Nigerian, that's not a good place to be.
So it is no news that President Tinubu's first 2 years have been marked by often difficult decisions to spark growth and changes in our economy. But again, is Nigeria now on a better trajectory? That's the question mark. And the path ahead is still unfolding, for sure, but fraught with both promises and ongoing hurdles. We ask again, so far, as the nation moves forward, should the ultimate measure of his leadership so far be focused on how swiftly and equitably the benefits of renewed hope is touching Nigerians in different ways? If at all, has it truly reached the homes and lives of all Nigerians? Well, the journey continues. And so you heard everyone's opinion, from students to market women. You heard them rant over how they've gone through a lot and how it's difficult for them to be able to come to work or go to marketplace, even be able to get to lectures on time. Does this mean that Nigerians are going through a lot? Does it mean that the fuel subsidy removal affected the nation in a very, negative manner or otherwise? Now, we also heard Professor Anthony Killer being interviewed by Elizabeth, and you heard all he had to say. As a professional, he weighed in. But looking at the streets right now, as people begin to say, people are still buying fuel at exorbitant prices, but they have the money to buy this fuel. So the question is, 2 years has come and has gone. Are we moving forward or are we regressing? You decide. Has the 2 years of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu favored you or not? A big question that needs big answers. My name is Onika Valentine, BDTV. Until some other time, let's keep hoping.
Welcome to the Business Day Future of Payment Conference 2025.
The Business Day Future of Payment Conference 2025 brought together fintech experts at the 4 Points by Sheraton in Lagos, Nigeria on the 30th of April. The conference themed Fintech Evolution, Contactless Payments as the gateway to seamless transactions, had many stakeholders and professionals present during the occasion. The welcome address was delivered by Zebulon Agommo, BD Sunday editor, on behalf of the publisher Mr. Frank Aibogun.
Today's theme, Fintech Evolution, Contactless Payments are the gateway to seamless transactions, speaks directly to the shift we are witnessing in the way people and businesses move money around. From the market stalls in Lagos to global e-commerce platforms, the demand for speed, safety, and simplicity is driving innovation like never before.
In the keynote address, Mr. Ugo Obasi, Executive Director at Afrigo, spoke on the history and evolution of contactless payments and its aim to strengthening the financial sector and economic growth.
Fraud has become a major concern globally. In our domestic market, lack of authentication for smaller transactions in contactless payments could raise additional concerns for users. So we hear stories of When I tap my card on a machine, or somebody takes your card, or even you pass, and a reader or a device with a reader can take your money even in your pocket. So some of those things are myths that we have to address.
The Managing Director and CEO of Red Tech Limited, Mr. Emmanuel Ojo, gave a presentation on future of payments and the changing role of technology in driving innovation.
There are predictions that in the continent, by year 2030, the growth of young Africans would have increased by 42%. And predictions have it that by year 2100, the growth would have increased by 181%. The reality is that digital payments are mostly powered by younger folks, because younger folks are more inquisitive and they have the tendency to like to drive innovation. So we believe that in the continent will significantly benefit from the youths going forward.
The program moved to a panel discussion on the next evolution of digital payments and contactless payments, with opportunities for questions and answers from the fintech experts.
Nigeria is a very peculiar market. Our current demographics, about 18 to 45, about 70% of our population live between the ages of 18 and 45 years. So what that means is you're going to see a significant adoption of new and emerging technologies in this market, perhaps even more than any other market you look at in the Africa region, right? Look at what's happening in crypto. Nigeria is the number 2 market globally, not in Africa, right? Globally, as it pertains with crypto adoption and utilizing it for payments, only second to India, more than other Western nations and all of that. And the same thing you get, even if you try to be with autonomous vehicles or self-driving vehicles, people will tell you the same thing, that are you sure we can trust it? But I disagree. I don't think that's the issue.
In 2023, CBN has issued the guidelines for contactless payments. In 2021, I think, or 2020, CBN also released a framework for QR code acceptance and payments. So what we need from a legal perspective, which we didn't used to have in relation to in the earlier days of fintech adoption and the uprise, we have that now for contactless. So I don't think that the issues, and if you listen to Mr. Ojo's presentation and Mr. Obasi, I don't really think the issues holding us back are legal or regulatory. I think the framework is there. It's for the market participants to now use them.
I must appreciate the coordinator of today, BusinessDay. I salute them. It's obviously a recognizable brand in the media space. And also, I must also appreciate all of the participants, particularly the representative of the MD of the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System, the Mr. Premier Oiwo, represented by Ugo, the speaker before me, who was able to give us the journey so far in terms of digital payments and the evolution of the digital innovation products in Nigeria. I was able to also leverage some of the information shared in his presentation to also let us know that it's a gradual progress that we're going to realize in contactless payment. Based on the persona of consumers, essentially, they tend to react to change. This is expected. So it's going to be, the progress in contactless payment is going to be gradual. As I mentioned, it might be best to look for a niche in deploying contactless payments. And that niche essentially would ensure that maximum security experience, whereby even if your credentials has been compromised as a consumer or infringed upon, your funds can still be recovered. That will boost confidence before exposing contactless to other means whereby it is of a higher risk. That would be my personal advice to the industry.
A couple of things. First is we can no longer shy away from technology. It's a must
So what we need to do is to prepare, put our hearts in order, and be able to compete and ensure that technology is enhancing human behavior, is enhancing services, and of course, is improving our communication and engagement with business and the consumers of business. That's one. Two is that we have to realize that as a society, it as government or private sector, we need to look at how we can constantly improve the use of this technology. We can't shy away from it anymore. There's just no way we can run away. And so we have to embrace it, we have to prepare to adopt it, and we have to equip ourselves to be able to respond efficiently and effectively to the demands of technology. Those are the two things that I've taken away from here. And we are ready. The market is ready. The market is huge. And there are people here locally who are able to support the demands of this technology and the demands of service to ensure customers are receiving good experiences, and businesses are growing, and the economy is growing, and everybody is good for it.
So like I said before, collaboration, more user education is needed. More support is needed from an infrastructural point of view. And basically having events like this basically is pushing more awareness out there of what we can do and of what is expected of us to do in the ecosystem.
There've been a lot I've learned, but my major takeaway is, I've been exposed to a lot of things regarding future of payments in Nigeria. Also I'm currently, building a business, a startup. And I've gotten an insight that can actually add on to my own startup that will actually help me thrive in my own industry.
The event ended on a high note with closing remarks from the Business Day Sunday editor Zebulon Agomwo. Norma Obona, reporting for Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
watching Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. This is the newspaper's review. Yes, and I hope you did enjoy Elizabeth's breakdown of the news before this segment. Of course, let's jump straight into this so we know exactly what we have. My name is Onyeka Valentine, and of course, I'm not alone. Joining me, Mr. Muhammad. Muhammad, are you ready for today's papers?
Thank you very much. Very ready.
It's loaded, right?
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm very well. I'm very well.
It was a very wet Lagos yesterday.
Most definitely.
Hope you didn't be able to get bogged down by the rain.
Well, before we go with the rain, let me tease and let them know what we have.
Yes.
All right?
No, the teasers.
Most definitely.
Which is great.
Okay,
Thank you
so
very much for having me.
yes, the papers. Business Day Punch, Vanguard, and of course we do have our cartoon. So let's just jump into it. Eurobonds extend rally for fourth week in investor optimism. Landlords, tenants seen gaining income from zero rent VAT. And again, Nigeria is world's most dangerous country to give birth, says BBC. We want to counter that when that time comes. Let's see. We'll see more of that. In the Punch, it says, flood alert. NEMA deploys teams in 15 high-risk states. Vanguard says, COAS, of course, Oluyede relocates to Benue with PSO to make it happen. Let's see. All right. Muhammad, we are loaded today.
Thank you very much. Valentine's. Perhaps we have.
Yes.
And the papers, as usual, there will always be stories and news every day that happens. I'm sure we'll go. Let's see where to start.
All right. So let's start with
Day.
us. The Business Day.
Hit from home.
Most definitely. They say, wherever you do, don't forget home.
That's where charity begins, remember?
Landlords, tenants seen gaining income from zero rent.
VAT. Zero rent VAT.
Zero rent VAT, I beg your pardon.
Exactly.
So the question now is, there was a story in the past about, cutting down from 1 year rent to 3 months, something like that.
Okay, monthly
right?
basis. No, monthly basis.
Monthly
That's for
basis.
Lagos State.
Okay, that's for Lagos State.
Lagos State want to introduce that policy
They want to
of
introduce
monthly
it.
rent payment.
But with this coming up now, landlords, tenants seen gaining income from zero rent VAT. Are you saying that some people are evading that?
Okay.
Isn't there a system to checkmate all these things?
No, I think so. It
Yes.
is the president that made the announcement
Okay.
during the second year anniversary about that rent will no longer attract VAT.
Should I read the story a little bit more?
Oh, Madam,
Right. So he says,
I'm sure you should be.
President Bola Tinubu has told Nigerians that house rent in Nigeria will no longer attract the value-added tax. Okay, that's good. That's good. VAT.
I think it's not to be an evasion. It's not an evasion.
Yeah, it's not an evasion. Yes,
it's
it's
a
more or
matter
less,
of giving a concession.
I think that's a good
to landlord, and that's what I'm saying. Landlords and tenants,
That's a good one. It says here that that the president who spoke recently in a nationwide broadcast to mark the second anniversary of his administration hoped that removing VAT on rent will eliminate the burden of multiple taxation and make it easier for small businesses to grow and make the economy even better. Should we give a plot to that?
Perhaps.
For something that
it's still in the pipeline anyway, and we're expecting it to because the burden is one of the huge burden on Nigerians' pocket. Of course, we know it is rent. And then making that announcement as well as to the next line of action of his administration in terms of the recently unified tax administration bill, the 4 bills. Now remember that one of the provisions of that particular bill is the fact that with certain limitations, with certain limitations, dividends and rental income received by real estate investment company are now tax exempt.
Okay.
I mean, that's exactly what was actually provided for in that provision. So this tax incentive, in that regard, could at least maybe be able to relieve the burden. In terms of what landlords, landlord-tenant relationship has actually been, it has been a very, what can I call that? It has actually been a very feisty issues. Exactly. Very feisty issues when it comes to, and the landlord will be telling you,
are you a landlord or a tenant?
It's not a tenant.
You're a tenant.
And I know we still be able to have the issues around, they're telling you the economic situation is biting, and that is why they kept increasing rent every now and then. But we could likely, what this could be is, yes, it's going to be able to tell us, going to be able to inform the landlord owners to say, the landlords, that the government is giving you a concession. How can you let it be able to trickle down to tenants? Because I'm sure, sorry, that is actually the focus of this particular episode. So for the fact that there's a tax exempt on landed properties, which hitherto was there, there's always a VAT that is actually expected to be paid by real estate developers, property owners, on rent that they're actually able to give out. And the government is actually not able to give that concession. That'll be a good way to go.
Is the government expecting landlords now to reduce their rent with this? If so, then cost of materials should also be able to go down. Because if that VAT taken away, right, is going to cut across board, affect cost of cement, cost of iron rod, and every other service. If that will happen, then of course I don't think landlords would want to remain greedy.
But with questions sometimes it's okay. I mean, I don't know if
again, it's the flip side to it.
It's the flip side. Because for example, I was because the reason I'm actually asking is you see everyone now jumping on the bandwagon of the fact that you see some landlords just saying, dollar is expensive, that's why I'm increasing my rent. Or somebody telling you that, the price of petrol, fuel price has gone up, and as a result of that, I'm buying the market has gone. So you tend to be able to see some other excuses that they use to be able to, inflate the rent. And when the price of those things come down, I started asking them, but at least the price of fuel that you said you increased it last year, as at least we've been able to get some succor in terms of going down. And they'll tell you, no, this is what I'm still going to be able to charge as far as my rent is concerned. But we know this is still a work in progress. The president is yet to be able to sign it, but it is believed that this should be able to provide some relief, to landlords, to, at least based on the provision of that rented properties, and in fact some dividend income as well that you earn on your investment will actually be tax exempt. Is another good way to go. And that will also be able to cushion the hardship.
Okay, we hope as this unfolds,
it will be able to at least
provide that. Hopefully, you will be able to own a building and stuff. All right, on to the next story. We're still on Business Day. Yes, the mother deck. Eurobonds extend rally for fourth week in investor optimism. It says Nigeria's Eurobond market enjoys a significant, run for the fourth consecutive week due to positive investor sentiment. It goes on to say the Eurobond average yield dipped by 2 basis points, right, to 9.56% from 9.7% last week, indicating a drop from 10.63% at the beginning of the month. Is this a good thing?
Of course.
Or is this,
it's investor. Okay, so I think the confidence is
on
still
the flip side.
It's it's the investors who are actually be able to cash in. It's simply saying in the last 1 month, the gain have actually been stable. Towards the first week of May, it was actually trading at around, the rate, the yield was about 10.63%. Now it's around 9.56 as you read, but it is still something that is showing a lot of attraction for investors. Within 9% and 10%, it's still a very, very good rate to be able to attract investors.
There is a picture there. You see from left to right, Ngozi Akinyele. You have a chief marketing and communication officer there. You have some other people there. You have the coronation group, and there's a picture lineup. And I hope that's part of the story, which it is. And who knows? Is this a good thing?
For some investors, investors are really, and that's why, in fact, one of the stories that we did, one of the research we did, was the fact that you're now seeing, apart from this now, apart from the foreign portfolio investment, which is attracting this, even foreign direct investment, we are seeing real, we are seeing businesses, you know, multinational corporations trying to be able to claw their way back. They're just releasing their financials, and what they release in terms of the confidence and in terms of investor sentiment heightened. You know, the sentiment is now a bit better that, okay, is Nigeria really turning the corner? And some of them are looking at it on the back of stable Naira. It is the stable Naira that is giving them that confidence to say that I can really put this money here and I can, unlike then where it is flip-flopping.
But has our Naira appreciated with all this that's happening? And I mean, we just...
Of course, against the dollar, you say.
Exactly. It's just 2 years into President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. Right? And so we are seeing all this. Does this mean by the time he completes the 3rd year, our economy might start breathing some good air, you know, and stop being on life support? Because I mean, if investors are already eyeing all these more areas, returns,
and
Euro
dipped
bonds,
a little bit,
you know,
the confidence is higher. You see rallying. Yes, may not actually be able to get to the level that we wanted it to get to, but if you be able to see the president reading out his scorecard last week in terms of based on the economic angle, on the social angle, on the welfare angle, you see that to them now is without those policies that they've done, the nation would have actually been able to suffer serious fiscal debacle.
And may we never suffer serious fiscal debacle.
Hopefully.
All right.
Please, it is, and investors are really basking on that. So it appears that they're really basking on that level of stability in the Naira, maybe not fully appreciated in that way. Naira appreciated, maybe gaining like around 6 Naira, 5 Naira in the last 3 weeks. Last 3 weeks had like about 6 to 12 Naira that it has gained against. And the people still believe that it's Naira still over appreciated. It's still undervalued. I mean, at the current state that it is. But the fact is that stability there is one thing you should be able to give to the central bank, and that tend to be able to imbue confidence.
So you think Cardoso should be smiling right now?
No, not smiling, because
if it's watching
I
this
think
show,
you are not yet out of the woods yet.
wow,
Of course,
not
yet. But for maintaining that stability, unlike those spikes that we used to have in those days, that is one important indicator to investors to say, okay, this is actually a good ground for me to invest in.
Okay, let's hope investors will, you know, begin to see that Nigeria is picking up very well. All right, I think we have one more story from the Business Day before we jump into Vanguard and touch the punch. Right, he says Nigeria's physical math doesn't add up as deficit numbers conflict. Wait a minute. We just finished giving us a thumbs up. Does it look like a thumbs down? It says Nigeria's physical math doesn't add up.
The managers
as deficit numbers conflict. Should I take the full story?
Oh, please.
Okay, so it says Nigeria's conflicting physical deficit figures for 2024 have raised fresh concerns about the government's transparency, a situation that could potentially, you know, unsettle investors who are beginning to find confidence in Africa's most populous nation's economy, Nigeria. Wow. Just when we thought we were smiling.
No, I think it's just part of the scorecard that they are being reading out. And I think Wasiu here, who is our correspondent, will be able to put this together.
Yes.
You know, juxtaposing one side by side with what the Minister of Finance, the CBN governor, and the latest economic updates that the World Bank presented about Nigeria. And you see that the revenue figures appears to be a bit disparate from what they revealed. Right. You know, based from what the Minister of Finance said, I'm sure you'll be able to quote the figure there.
I mean, there's a figure here. It says,
according to
it says stood at 6.6 trillion.
That was actually the revenue.
Or 2.1% of GDP, where revenues, was 20.8 trillion and expenditure at 27.5 trillion.
5 trillion.
This number sounds as if, you know, as if we're in a movie. You know, I'm telling you this. I mean, 20 years ago, do you think we were counting money in trillions?
No. Okay, I think we started trillions around the 2018. That was where our budget actually be able to get there. But of course, I think it's the discrepancy, and they needed to be able to come out to ensure that they get their hearts together from what these are the economic managers, the CBN governor, the Minister of Finance, also the coordinating Minister of the Economy. We're seeing some discrepancy in what, especially from the revenue angle, and so perhaps that is sending a signal. Right? Is that not? Are they not really be able to harmonize their reports together? You understand?
That's it.
So because of those discrepancies, the scrutiny loss of confidence. You know, just like we said, investors. We read that about now. How investors are heightening their confidence, are coming back now, clawing their way back into the market. But when some of these discrepancies are rising from the economic managers, you know, it's bound to be able to post something
to cause a stir.
A stir, of course, to the investors who
As-
likely will come down here.
Mohammed, as they all cause a stir, we hope that things will get better. In case you don't know, again, you can go pick up the Business Day right here.
The details about
Yes,
it.
and see. Let's just do a recap. Landlords, tenants seeing gaining income from zero rent, you know, VAT. That of course President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is pushing hard on to help people, you know, be more to enjoy the what I say now. Is it what to enjoy being a Nigerian? Okay. A tenant or a landlord. just to create some cushion, you know, in the economy. And again, right here it says Eurobond extends rally for 4th week on investor optimism. Can go catch that in the Business Day, of course. And we took the other one. Nigeria's physical math doesn't add up as
because,
deficit
and in fact,
numbers.
just to be able to let's chip in here,
Right.
because now the government, yeah, of course, it's because now when the government needed to be able to attract a lot of foreign inflows, capital inflows, they needed to be able to get their house in order. Because if you're able to look at that report, you see contrasting figures, and I'm sure if our listeners actually be able to just like contrasting figures from what the Minister of Finance and the Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edu mentioned, that then what the CBN released, you know, we'll be able to look at their state of the, I mean, the what's it called? The data released that was on Monday, and then what World Bank also be able to told us that was about 2 weeks ago.
So there's a variation.
That's exactly what.
So if there's a variation, which means they're not in the same WhatsApp group,
perhaps. At least if World Bank would even have that, we'll find what World Bank will be there, but at least the Minister of Finance and the central bank governor needed to actually be able to work together in unison, so at least can be able to attract those investors you are cutting. The president is going there boasting about, oh, this amount of investment is actually coming in here. But when we are not able to get our house in order, how do you think they're likely want to come?
We hope our house gets put in order so that we can, you know, we can entertain great guests and they will enjoy Nigeria. You can catch all that on the Business Day, like I did say. Let's go straight to the Vanguard. Quite juicy. Few stories, but we'll come again.
Yes, I said.
Yes, but we'll jump into it. It says, right, interesting. Let's start with the flood. I mean, this is not the part where my sarcasm will come in. I have to just be direct. People are losing their lives, and it's something that we should worry about. I mean, Niger flood, 1,249 communities in 30 states. FCT at risk. NEMA, is their job meant to be only to react rather to be proactive? Let's look at these things properly. I mean, millions and billions is being spent, you know, on NEMA every year.
Of course. It's a federal government. It's a federal government for state
federal
government
agency. Is it that they don't anticipate and then look for and forecast these things from that's going to happen and begin to, you know, find ways to mitigate it
before it happens?
It's not that natural.
So because if you look at the Mokwas incident, first of all, I think what they did here, what the story is actually pointing to is the fact that there's a flood alarm that was actually raised to, just like you said, 30 states now.
Was it sufficient?
Okay. So I'm sure, I know around April, before, I mean, March ending towards April, there was, in fact, they went to National Orientation Agency, media houses to announce that people in flood-prone areas, people in flood-prone areas should actually be able to move to the upland and move away from those areas because of the likely amount of rainfall that we're going to experience this year.
Right.
Now, in fact, the one of Niger State that happened, which is actually in the eye of the storm now, and what NEMA is actually reacting to, and a lot of fallout that we have seen in terms of bringing relief materials, and that those lives that have actually been lost in Mokwa local government in Niger State is really, really huge. The numbers is actually running into hundreds, you know, hundreds and thousands now of death, and those have actually been missing.
Before we go further, as much as
I'm sure they talk about high flood areas.
Exactly. I mean, let's look at this. Okay. The high flood risk states. It's as if the whole country is right here.
I mean, 30 out of 36. That's what I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying? So it says Abia, Adamawa, Akwa Ibom, Anambra, Bauchi, Bayelsa, Benue, Borno, Cross River, Delta, Ebonyi, Edo, FCT, Gombe, just when you probably thought it was over, it goes on and on. We have Imo, we have Jigawa, we have KB, we have Kogi, we have Kwara, we have Lagos right here where we are.
It's also...
There's still more. There's more. We have Nasarawa, we have Niger. Sorry, we have Niger, beg your pardon. We have Ogun, we have Ondo, we have Osun.
Taraba, Yobe,
Sokoto, we have... The whole country is
almost there. And
should we be holding our cane at NEMA to say how?
No, because we also have the minister, what they need to do. Because I think they're actually doing what they needed to do in terms of the flood alert, in terms of providing, just like you said, the proactive measures. Are you warning people ahead of time? I think they did that, just like I said. In fact, they said they've actually been able to go out to be able to announce, places that are flood prone, why people should be able to move away from there and move to, uplands or areas, fertile grounds or uplands where it can at least be able to, insulate them away from the disaster. But the question that actually happened, just like I said about Mokwa, was, I think what people said yesterday, it was actually in the news about, they were bringing relief materials, especially for the one that happened in Mokwa in Niger State. And then they just be able to use it for a photo shoot, and then they return it back. It's actually been in the eye of the storm.
There's
and I only
a story that they brought it across for photo shoot and they return it back.
I
think someone should answer for that. Relief
materials. NEMA have, of course, to actually that is be able to give cushions, like you said, to people who have actually been able to suffer from this. That was actually the news yesterday. Before these other communities, states that will actually be able to be announced, were told, and why people needed to actually be able to move. So the Minister of Water Resources yesterday, Engineer Joseph Utsev, was the one that actually raised the alarm that people needed to move now. The amount of rain that we are still expecting this year is huge.
On that note, it's huge. We have another huge story. As much as we don't want to just pull this other one under the carpet, it's a big thing because people are losing their lives. We hope, again, we can't just totally throw them under the bus. NEMA, they've been doing a good job. But at the same time, as much as you do a good job, every year we should come and assess
So we have 9 mates who will tell us about the amount of rainfall. Because the issue about Mokwa, I'm sure I would like you to be able to dig deep into it. But people were saying it didn't even rain the day the flood started. People were just sleeping over the night. Only God knows. And then there was not even rain that day.
Was it spiritual?
That's all. People said, okay, was that like dam release from Kainji or somewhere
but if
that flooded the whole of that local government?
Which means the cohesive inflow of what's called again, the information is not cutting across properly, because if the dam is being released,
that's what people were saying. The minister denied it yesterday that it is not a dam release from Kainji or from Shu.
I think there's some monkey business going around
the
there.
Flood of fury is, as it's actually titled, the flood of fury. Nobody knows the genealogy, the genesis of where it emanated from. Other than we just woke up about 200 people
videos, it just came and swept people off there.
We're even sleeping. Only just from there. And about 500 people are still missing. And then you can be able to see the amount of damage.
One more story there. We see Bill Gates and our president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Was actually honored.
Yes, he was honored. It says President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, conferred the national honor of command of the Order of the Republic.
This is the second.
Yes,
this is the
Republic
third
of the founder, the Republic, to the founder of Bill Gates Foundation. That's Bill Gates himself. Yesterday,
it was conferred with that title yesterday, and of course, it's just
right there.
Of course, we see what Bill Gates Foundation. We see what they're actually doing here. He said,
"I said we can see him right there, of course, shaking our president's hand."
Here in Lagos,
but there's something I want to say. And this, again, as journalists,
of the Niger,
we stay on the fence. Okay. But the question is, the story about the Trojan horse.
Of course, okay.
We begin to wonder. Yes, we know that. Gifts. Yes, we know Nigeria needs a lot of support
and aid donations.
But it's high time we move away from those,
of course,
matter. Every now and then we're giving aid. No,
definitely.
But again, to move out of it, we must put our own house in order.
Definitely.
And so my question is, I believe, again, my opinion shouldn't count. But let's assume I was someone else and not the one, holding this newspaper. Okay. Should I ask the question? Let's ask question for the public. Is it possible, one way or the other, that there is something else that Bill Gates is aiming for?
I don't know. That is really a very poignant question.
Probably
but what is it mean for? Yes. We know at least he's known
because
as a philanthropist.
He's a rich man.
I don't know. I mean, getting is a national honor. Don't forget, an honor coming from about 20 to 230 million people. Conferring with those. So I'm sure we have Nigerians as well.
Anyways,
who have actually been able to get
we have to run. We have to run because
don't
of
let
time.
us be able to read any other meaning into it.
That's
just take it on face value. Let's just take it on face value.
Because of time.
That is at least his contribution. I've actually been able to give us.
All right, we have one on the point, but let's go straight to our cartoon of the day.
Which is the floods there.
Still the floods issue still on the punch. The flood issue still there. NEMA deploys teams in 15 high-risk states. So they're doing something, right?
As well.
We have our cartoon of the day. I hope it's going to come up. Interestingly, it's okay. So it's up now, right? So
we have the editor and
interesting. You can see the picture there.
The cartoonist here. The
level of sarcasm makes me want to bring a big smile on my face. But let's just read exactly what is there. It says, editor, I present today's cartoon, only 3% complete, and the recipient goes, bravo, you deserve a raise. Now we all know what this is.
I can see the sketch.
But then again,
I was looking at the sketch, and it said it's 3% complete.
Yes.
So it's an indication that we may not be able to get the full glimpse of what it is.
Should we interpret it for our viewers? Let's allow our viewers use their own discretion
and to be able to come up with it, and then maybe be able to look at it in the whole scheme of things that happen in this nation.
In the broad
scheme of things,
but what to take home from this is simple. Before you give congratulatory messages, why not finish up your project
and then get to the end of it?
Because basically speaking, the test for your project or of your project really is the completion and the durability and the safety
at the right time.
Haven't said so.
So having done something for 3%,
I think our creative person behind this cartoon is doing a great job
and allowing people to be able to make sense of whatever of it they can be able to do. That's quite a great job. Kudos to him for actually coming up with this.
Interesting.
And let our listeners decide whatever they can actually be able to make of it.
Most definitely. Mohammed, time for us to go.
Thank you
I hope you guys did enjoy what we did. Most definitely, you can find more stories in the Punch. We have the Vanguard, also our mother deck, the Business Day. All right, Mohammed. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you very much, Valentine.
Most definitely. Hey,
it's my pleasure to be here.
Most definitely.
Hopefully.
And we hope by tomorrow something great will be ready for us.
We'll also have it in the papers.
Most definitely. So until tomorrow, hey, don't go away. We have more coming your way. My name is Silonika Valentine. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
The current incentives we have, the major one is the Pioneer Status Incentive. And it has played its role in trying to encourage investment in areas like cement manufacturing. We've also seen food and beverages. We've seen real estate. But we're also at a point, as well as telecommunications, so we're at a point where it's always time for you to take a step back and do a review. These current incentives were introduced decades ago. We had some incentives that were introduced to address reconstruction after the Civil War, but the world is moving in a different direction. So that is why in the tax reform bills, we are recommending the priority sector incentives. So first, critical sectors are included. The focus is mostly on manufacturing, very limited focus on services like business process outsourcing, shared services. Other than that, the rest of it is manufacturing. From energy, including renewable energy equipment, to agriculture and food, to areas to even do with education and health are covered. So expectation is that this will bring clarity as to who is eligible, how much investment must you make as a minimum investment, for how long will this incentive period last for every sector in terms of sunset provisions are also covered. So overall, this is more suitable to our economic development going forward than we have had in the past. And I think, we can't control what other countries do. So the responsibility we have as a country is to always look at how our policies and the policies of other countries interact and look for areas of opportunities for our country. And if there are risks, how can those risks be managed? We already know that the bulk of what we export to the US is crude oil, refined products, gas, and those are exempted. So whatever impact we have that is direct is currently being looked into by the government. And the ones that are indirect impacts, including the price of oil and all of that, are also being currently analyzed. So I won't be able to give you any more specifics than that. But as a country, those are issues that are under consideration. Of course, there was a rebasing of the CPI basket, and that led to a reduction from over 30 to a little over 20%, 24. So, but the factors that play into inflation are dynamic. Also bear in mind that when you do inflation calculation, it's year on year. So the ordinary person will go to the markets the last time. When they go the next time, they compare the two prices. That's their own inflation. But for government, they compare 1 year to a previous base last year. So that means, first and foremost, people need to understand it from that point of view. The major factors fueling inflation last year were the subsidy removal and exchange rate. So while we cannot predict what will happen in the environment this year, particularly with the tariffs and the other dynamics around the world, I think the expectation is that you will not have inflation as worse or as bad as it was in 2024.
Well, it's not a yes and it's not a no question. And I will say that for these reasons. When lawmakers make policies, when they make laws for humans and businesses, it is in the light of the current circumstances at that time. And over time, those circumstances may change, and as a result, making those policies not to be fit for purpose at that particular time. A good example is the principle of permanent establishment. Permanent establishment is a connecting factor for taxation all over the world, in Nigeria and all over the world. Now, connecting factor in 1960 is no longer the connecting factor for the purpose of determining permanent establishment, because we are now in the digital space where a business may not need to be in Nigeria to derive profits from Nigeria. And as a result of that, policy direction all over the world has been changing. We'll see the OECD bringing directives, coming up with policies to guide countries in tax administration. And Nigeria too has not been left behind. In the past few years, we've also been trying to redirect our tax policy, tax administration, in such a manner that transcend to the current realities, in Nigeria and globally. So there could be a mismatch, but usually the mismatch is for a period of time, and government definitely, in making policies, legislatures, in enacting laws, will catch up with the realities of time. So the major takeaway for me is that times will definitely change and change again. We are in the regime of the new tax bill, which may be signed to law in the next few weeks, few months. And as such, businesses must brace up to these realities. They must recheck their workings and ensure that their businesses are being managed such that they get the best of these bills and the laws as it may at that point in time.
the major thing from all the panelists is very clear that employee well-being is at the forefront of every organization, and it goes way beyond the profitability. So organizations are now looking for ways that they can keep their employees engaged, so that they can be able to achieve the bottom line, which is profits, generate revenue and all of that. So I feel that from these discussions, you can tell that organizations are being intentional about coming up with different employee employee wellness strategy in terms of how they can keep their employees engaged, how they can reduce turnover, and how they can make their employees ambassadors of even their own organization. So I would take you back to when we had a talent management report, and it was as a result of the financial burdens, going on around the country, and we kind of looked at what were the pain points for employees, and we came up with a total reward, looking at the total reward strategy. And what's the total reward strategy? So most times we feel that compensation is just focused around payroll, pay what you get at the end of the month, but it goes way beyond that. So you focusing on how you can help employees in terms of their career, in terms of training and development, in terms of how you can create that environment that will make them thrive. So you're not just focused on the pay, and you can work on employee benefits, so because those are the things that employees are actually looking out for. Just linking it even to today's event and looking at the wellness, employee well-being, is being holistic and focusing on the health side, which in the total reward system, the health side would address in terms of HMO that the companies will provide. In terms of finances also, you
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning, viewers, and welcome to Business Day Roundtable. This is where we discuss key issues with our national economy, issues that shape our economy in the country, and of course, try to provide solution to some of the challenges that we might face in Nigeria. The Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, is 50 years this week. And of course, this week, our President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is also marking his second anniversary of his swearing in office this week. So today, we'll be discussing issues around the President, 2 years in office. How far has he gone? How far has he achieved some of the promises that he made to the people? As well as also try and look at what ECOWAS has been able to achieve in its 50 years of existence. The objective of the founding fathers of the ECOWAS, how far have those objectives been achieved? These are the issues we'll be discussing today on Business Day Roundtable. And I have with me Mr. Chuka Uroko, who is assistant editor in Business Day. Mr. Uroko, you are welcome.
Thank you for having us.
I also have Mr. Odinaka Nudu, who is the deputy editor at Business Day. Odinaka, you are welcome.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so let's look at what we're talking about here today. ECOWAS is 50. There's so much going on right now. As we speak, the president is in Lagos already to have some discussion around what the ECOWAS has done in the last 50 years. And Odinaka, perhaps I should start with you. Like I said, 50 years of ECOWAS. How will you assess 50 years of ECOWAS? Will you say that the reason for founding ECOWAS has been achieved?
Well, there's no way you can assess ECOWAS without looking at the pros and cons of the organization in the last 50 years. So when you look at the pros, which are the upsides, you begin to look at common passports. These days, you can travel to Ghana or any of the ECOWAS countries without any visa. So you also talk about West Africa. We've been able to trade more in the last 50 years. However, one of the reasons why people talk about ECOWAS is usually because of its failures. ECOWAS has failed in many aspects. For example, in the last 50 years, we have only been able to achieve 12% trade, intra-West African trade, so which is still significantly low when you compare to other blocks. If you look at other blocks like maybe larger blocks like Europe, some of them are already doing over 60%. So we've not really been able to do a lot of trade because if you look at ECOWAS, Nigeria is the biggest brother. And many of those countries in ECOWAS are relatively poor. So they don't have their manufacturing sector is weak. And most of the different industries they have, in fact, they even rely on Nigeria. So that's one of the things. And if you look at recently, because of so many things that are happening in the region, the three countries, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, recently pulled out of ECOWAS. They are now taking their shine off ECOWAS. It's showing you that ECOWAS is increasingly becoming irrelevant. So if you look at the president of Burkina Faso, that young man is now gathering steam. So nobody is now talking about ECOWAS. But most of those countries don't see the relevance of ECOWAS because of the level of politics they play in ECOWAS. If, for example, and I'm rounding off, if, for example, you oppose, a government in ECOWAS because it came by force, it's a military regime, and then you allow another government in ECOWAS that actually torments its own people simply because it came through the ballot boxes. So people are beginning to question them. And I bet you that if they continue on this path, probably in the next 5 to 10 years, ECOWAS become useless for so many of the citizens of West Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Dinaka. Mr. Rook, I think we should, no matter what it is, commend the founding fathers of ECOWAS, one of whom is our own former president, former military president or military head of state, Yakubu Gowon, who today is still alive. I mean, I think he's about the only surviving signatories to the ECOWAS treaty. So we commend that vision. Yeah, well, a lot of things have happened within the ECOWAS, but is it enough for us to say that ECOWAS is not relevant?
I think you have a point there. It's not good to throw the founding fathers had very good reason for founding that sub-regional body. But our worry, especially in this part of the world, is that it is very easy for people to come together and say, we want to do this. Well-intentioned, well conceptualized, but implementation of anything is always very, very I see ECOWAS as a toothless bulldog. They are not been able to galvanize different countries that come together to form this
union. Yeah.
And because of that, people just behave, especially, they say Nigeria is big brother. All of us, of course, all of them accept that. And of course, Nigeria is bigger than many of them. They say that even Lagos, its economy or GDP is more than that, or up to 4 or 5 other. That tells you how poor the members of this sub-region are. But some of them are. But one had expected that whether it is at the economic front or political front, this union should have been able to make an impact. That anybody can say, oh, this can justify its 50 years of
existence.
But thus far, it's like most of the member countries are not unruly. None can subject itself to the aims of that regional body. Like Nigeria, as powerful as it seems or pretends to be, was not able to even talk to these 3 renegade countries who decided to pull out of the union.
But they're independent states.
Yes, but
if
Nigeria were really, if Nigeria were really as strong as it is or claims to be, we're able to not by force, by moral suasion. I think this is not the best way to go. But because some of them are not even morally sound themselves, they cannot correct somebody who they feel that is not.
So you know how let me just interrupt you. You remember how it started? The way it was handled, those leaders immediately after the coup, particularly our president, who is the chairman of ECOWAS, at a point it became a personal battle between
him
Burkina Faso and so the way it was handled. That's why I made reference to the fact that do we begin to look at how a government comes or how the people, how
the people are governed,
yes. So secondly is that I also failed to mention the fact that some time ago we wanted to initiate a currency,
common currency.
ECO. For a long time now it has not come up to today.
Yeah.
So another point.
I think they are now proposing that for 2027, but we doubt whether that will.
Just another proposal.
Another point is that now look at this: the pull out of these guys is also endangering Nigeria in terms of security. Most of them now have pulled out of some of the treaties security treaties we entered. So that's why you see the influx of foreigners into Nigeria. But particularly Mali, Niger. In fact, Mali, Niger, some of the countries, they used to, push back on some of those terrorists, the activities of those terrorists. Now, since they started acting alone, Nigeria has
been on their own.
Nigeria has been the worst hit. So that's why people are increasingly questioning the relevance of ECOWAS.
Okay, yeah, fine. It's true. Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali, have pulled out of ECOWAS to form their own regional bloc, which and of course we hear that this allegation that even some other country also we pray it doesn't get to that. But then there's no doubt the pulling out from ECOWAS by Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger has weakened ECOWAS. There's no doubt about that. But then let me ask you, at this level that we are now, talking about ECOWAS, are there measures that you think the government of this regional body can do to further strengthen ECOWAS, and then stop further breakaway that we hear rumor of this from time to time?
If I belong to a club and the club is not relevant to me, I'm not getting any value from the club, I'm going to withdraw. So a lot of member states are not getting value from ECOWAS. So number one, I mentioned earlier that trade among intra-West African trade is just 12%, which is infinitesimal. So the first thing to do
how can we strengthen this trade?
The first thing to do is to begin to look at infrastructure. If you want to trade in Ghana now, if you're a manufacturer, you can find out from manufacturers, if you move your products now to, let's say, a West African country, the number of customs officials you see on the road is going to be crazy. The number of even infrastructure decay you get to encounter while moving your products is also one of the biggest reasons why people say ECOWAS is not serious. So first of all, look at the infrastructure. It's easier for someone to move, and you look at again. Sometimes the ECOWAS was talking about railway. There was this arrangement with African exports, import-exports, Bank. They were partly funding the railway that could cross across West Africa, but it has not happened. So that's one of the ways in which you can improve trade. It's not happening. Another point is that think about security in the Sahel region. If you look at West African region now, it's becoming more of a dangerous region because terrorists are moving from one nation to another, from Burkina Faso to Mali to Niger to most of these across these nations. Is there any security common front? We don't have any common front on security. We don't have too many treaties on security. If, for example, we have this kind of arrangement in Nigeria and among ECOWAS nations, Nigeria will have fewer problems. I don't see the president going to spend a lot of money on the military if you can utilize the soldiers of other West African nations. So improve security, build infrastructure, reduce the number of officials you see on the road. Move now. It's easier. The people will always tell you that you can move from here to Ghana, or from here to Burkina Faso or Senegal But when you move across this, you see a lot of, you see people asking you across the region, asking you for money.
Okay, because like I said, this program is also to look at what can be done to bring about a better environment, whether you talk on business environment, political environment, what have you. So, Mr. Roko, I want to I'm coming back to you.
Where I want to
the measure that you think can be put into place to
where all the NECA stuff
making it
like Benin Republic, but you find that the road will be okay from that side up to Nigeria end, and it becomes bad. There's a West African road infrastructure that is going on now. It starts from Badagry going towards Togo and Benin Republic. Those other countries have already almost completed their own. Nigeria's side of the road infrastructure is still dragging. So even Nigeria
that's Nigeria's problem.
Yes, I'm not trying to say that even Nigeria, as a big brother of this union, is part of the problem. If you talk about things that don't work, like you were talking about customs on the road, it's more at the Nigeria end than the other countries of the region. So it is time that ECOWAS should come together and actually harmonize how things have to go, especially the issue of making the economy of this region much stronger than it is. Politically, the union is very, very weak because one country cannot influence the other, or even the body itself cannot influence any country that's maybe where governance is not what it's supposed to be and things like that. So there has to be a much more stronger collaboration and integration of this body for it to actually have its full impact on member countries.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I want to believe that the ECOWAS will really use these 50 years to take stock, and then they look at what they've been able to achieve in the last 50 years, and then going forward decide what's the next 50 years of ECOWAS is going to be like. They are meeting. I hope that as they continue to meet, they will look at some of the things that they have done, then go back to the main objective of the vision of the founding father, and then tell themselves, have we been able to drive this vision the
how
way
far have we come?
Our founding fathers, and then, like we said, take stock, and then they chart a new path for them for the sub-regional body in the next 50 years. So thank you. So let's look at our President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is marking his 2 years
from tomorrow
in office. This week, May, he was sworn in on May 29, 2003. By May 29, that is this month, he will be 2 years in office. Let's look at some of the things that Mr. President has done. I think that two key issues that I want us to take a look at here. The first is the fuel subsidy removal. On the very first day the president was being sworn in, there was this popular statement: subsidy is gone. We've lived with that subsidy is gone in the last 2 years, as it were. Let me ask you, and then let me say this. Very recently, the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Walidun, was quoted to have said that the saving from fuel subsidy removal, as far as and of course the floating of the policy of floating the naira, has approximately yielded about $20 billion as of October 2024. Odinaka, let me ask you: have Nigerians felt the impact of this fuel subsidy removal in terms of the saving that the government has made? Is it impacting lives?
Well, I'm sure that everybody will expect me to say no. But even if I'm going to say no, I would like to draw some allusions. The advantages of, or rather some of the achievements of, remember you asked the question about some of his achievements. One of his biggest achievements is on subsidy. You know, originally, it didn't start this way. When he said subsidy is gone, it took him a lot of months. He was still paying subsidies until after some time when it became inevitable for him to liberalize the markets. So one of the things people don't know, people don't see all the time is the fact that FAC allocations, if you look at FAC allocations, states are now getting more money. So it's no longer a blame. You don't just have to blame Buhari and Tinubu now if state governors are not, translating that dividend on the people, to the people. That's the first point. Then, however, in general, you need to go to the villages to ask the village woman whether subsidy is translating, is making positive impact on her life. And I do not think so. The reason is that subsidy might be a good economic policy, but it was wrongly implemented. Some days, I think a week or so before Tinubu was inaugurated, I was invited to a TV program, and someone asked me a question about subsidy, and I asked him that. I told him, I think it was a lady. I told her, I told the audience that the best way to handle subsidies, whether it is electricity subsidy or petrol subsidies, is actually to phase them. So you don't have to say subsidy is gone, and then you begin to struggle because you want to make millions for yourself. I think that was what happened on May 29 2023. And World Bank has said this, and IMF has said this too, that there has not been enough provision for, things that can actually help the poor. The poor is not breathing. Our president is noted for let the poor breathe, but the poor are not breathing as far as everybody is concerned. So with the World Food Program, if you look at numbers, in 2017, for example, the World Food Program, the Global Hunger Index mentioned that the percentage of Nigerians who were extremely hungry was about 10%, but as at last year it was 18%. So that shows you, yes, that shows you the extent of hunger in the land. And the UN World Food Program said last year that about barely 26 million Nigerians, almost 26 million Nigerians, risk, acute hunger. So when you look at how these things work in economics, if you do anything, when you remove subsidies, so people have to pay more for petrol. If people have to pay more for petrol, which is an essential commodity, because you have to use it, whether you like it or not, you have to transport, coming to the office, going home, watching TV, whether it is a generator, whatever it is. So their costs will rise, inflation will rise. And any moment inflation rises, what happens is that the salary begins to the real value of your salary begins to depreciate. And once that happens, hunger increases. Because someone who was enjoying life with 40,000 naira 3 years ago can no longer enjoy life, because that 40,000 naira can buy fewer things than it could so many years ago. So I think the president has not been able to provide things, make provisions for the poor. That is something that this subsidy has not done. People are struggling. A lot of people there has not been any recent data that measures the extent of number of poor people in Nigeria. I am sure that if you have a recent data on poor people, Nigeria will also return as a poverty capital of the world. Because India at some point, it was in 2017, at some point, India overtook Nigeria again. And people still feel that Nigeria is the second poorest nation in the world. But I think currently it should be Nigeria.
Okay, let me stop you here. Well, the president is doing something. Let me ask you. There is this, cash transfer to the vulnerable. Of course, they're on it.
It has not started.
No, they're on it. I mean, I think they're collating.
But there is still issue of register.
They are collecting data now. So
then
but,
who's next?
Perhaps I should ask Chuka, is this the best approach to addressing
I
poverty?
think, let me just say that.
Because really, there is poverty in the land, like
yes,
I said, but the government is considering cash transfer. We saw this under former President Buhari.
Yes.
And so the current president is also going that route. Is that the best approach?
I would instantly say no. But let me just say this, that in the last 2 years of President Tinubu, we have seen a man who is bold and courageous in taking decisions. But somewhere along the line, it will look as if, oh, I didn't think it through before I said it. And then we start seeing actions that ordinarily would have come before the pronouncement is made. Take, for instance, the subsidy I just spoken about. A caring, thoughtful president or government should have sat down to think of, oh, what will it take to implement this very harsh policy? How will it impact on the people? What would we do preceding the action, the implementation of this action? And these are the things he's trying to do now. Bringing fund for students.
Okay, a NEL fund.
A NEL fund, bringing palliatives for the poor, bringing maybe even thinking of transportation to cushion the effect of how it impacts workers. These are things that will have been put in place before somebody says, oh, we are taking this action. And in that wise, everybody will reason with you that I think this is a way to go. Subsidy removal was something that Nigerians wanted long ago, because it was felt that just a few were enjoying the wealth of the rest of us. But the way it came and the ripple effect of that thing actually almost made nonsense of that bold action. Up to today, people still held him from taking that, but those who heard him know why they are doing that. There are other areas the president has taken decisions that good intention, well thought out, yet after some time, somebody turns around to give impression that, oh, I think I didn't look at it this way. I think we should have done this. And then maybe subsequent questions I will add to what I have in mind.
Okay. Odinaka, you mentioned something earlier on, and I think that is of interest to me, really, because when we talk about governance, really, the president is not the only man who is driving the affairs of in the country. In terms of governance, like you said, we have state governors. Really, yes, there's been increased allocation to states, but what are governors doing with their own fund? Odinaka, we are not seeing the impact of this thing at the state level. A lot of time, the focus is on the president. We tend to forget about the fact that the sub-regional, subnational government are also there. What are they doing with the funds that increase allocation they're not getting? One would have expected to see a lot of things, positive things happening at the state level, but it doesn't seem that we are.
Let me also say that we are not, just like you mentioned, we are not holding governors to account. A lot of Nigerian governors. So if you see, you have to go and look at some of the recent FAC allocations. You see that the states have also benefited. And if you look at the new revenue formula, I don't know whether you've seen the new revenue formula. It's going to favor the states more. So, however, we must admit that Nigeria is a very large country. If you look at Naira devaluation has made nonsense of even the increased allocations. So, if you look at our budgets, it may look very big, but if you look at it in dollar terms, you see that our budget is nothing compared to other African nations like South Africa. Even South Africa's budget is still bigger than Nigeria's in dollar terms. So, the problem is this. Because I know everybody would like us to start criticizing Tinubu. The major problem we have at the moment is the fact that we don't have money. If the little we have is being utilized, you begin to see changes. This conditional cash transfer cannot go anywhere. It's like a drop in the ocean. If you look at the way economists work, is the fact that if you want anything to get to the economy, like Nigeria, you need to begin to expand it. You don't have to, because look at what will happen at the end of the day is that people in the southwest, probably the urban areas in the southwest, benefit more. Probably because the president is from the southwest. What about someone in the north, in Castina? Because if you go in my village now, for instance, nobody knows about this register. At the end of the day, nobody will benefit. That's why poverty you cannot lower poverty when you are doing things like this. Again, I also want to say that you cannot lower poverty when you are investing in consumption.
All right, thank you so much. We'll go on a quick break, and when we come back, we'll wrap it up. And we'll take just one more topic and we'll wrap it up. Yeah, welcome back, and thanks for listening and staying tuned. We've been talking about ECOWAS at 50, as well as Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is marking his second anniversary in office. Trying to look at what it is that the president has done in the last 2 years. So far, how far, and then of course we basically, looking at the fuel subsidy removal policy of the president, which the president made that pronouncement on the very first day it was being sworn in, and of course ECOWAS at 50. Has it really, achieved the aims and the objectives of the founding fathers? So we are still on. So, gentlemen, thank you. And then let's just take just one more, topic, and then we'll wrap it up for today. One of the key projects that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has embarked upon is the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road. Well, this road at the starting was somewhat controversial. We saw a lot of people making argument about it, whether it was the right thing to do. Should you do this? This is going to cost about 15 trillion naira. And the government is putting as much as that into this project. And if people have said, "Oh, you could have used that money to fix existing roads." Some people have said, "Fine, this is a good project. I mean, you're going to have a very, very smooth ride from Lagos all the way to Calabar, crossing several states." Mr. Roko, I want to start with you. The president will be commissioning the first phase of this project on Saturday. And people are like, wow, I mean, it is super fast. This is one of the fastest projects that we've seen. The contractor is doing so much. What is your assessment of this project, Mr. Roko?
Well, let me just start by saying that President Bola Tinubu has been able to do one or two things in the area of infrastructure. Within the last 2 years, I've been able to initiate a good number of road projects. And of course, the one that stands as the morning star there is the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, which is a 700-kilometer superhighway that will traverse up to 9 coastal states of the country. So expectation is that this road is going to actually help the economy. It is going to help trade because it's going to facilitate movement. It is estimated that from Lekki Deep Seaport to Victoria Island, if you go by our normal road, it will take you 2 hours. But by the time this road is commissioned by Saturday, those who work in that area of the state, that part of the state, and maybe live in Victoria Island or Ikoyi, will be spending just less than 30 minutes to come back to the island. So, to that extent, it's a very welcome.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the morning market brief. It's Wednesday, June 4th. I am David Olujimi. Before we go into the headlines or some of the market activity of yesterday, let's look at some of the happenings in the business world. For example, first of all, we've seen Nigeria's natural gas export hit a 15-month high with 83.37 billion standard cubic feet of natural gas exported in April 2025. Essentially, this surge is driven by renewed international demand and strategic utilization of Nigeria's vast gas reserve. Since the commencement of the Russia-Ukraine war, we've seen some of the world's gas-rich countries now begin to triple their supply of gas, especially with declining gas supply from Russia, who used to be one of the world's largest gas suppliers prior to the war. Countries in Europe and Asia are increasingly turning to Nigeria for energy security, driven by global supply disruptions and changing energy policies. For last year, we saw Nigeria's LNG exports grow by about 0.8 metric tons, with 50% of those exports now to Asian countries. With energy demand forecast to remain strong, especially with the rise of manufacturing across the world, Nigeria is poised to benefit from the global LNG market, potentially boosting export volume and FX earnings. Then we move to Northern Nigeria Flour Mills PLC that has proposed a dividend of 25 kobo per share. This is going to amount to a total dividend payment of 44.55 million naira for the financial year ending March 31st, 2025. The company, which is a subsidiary of the Flour Mills of Nigeria, saw their revenue surge to 35.39 billion naira in the financial year just ending March 31st, 2025, and the operating profit and profit before tax also hit 2.9 billion naira. Their net income for the year was around 1.74 billion naira. The dividends is going to be paid on September 26 to shareholders that are registered as of September 17, and the annual general meeting of that company is going to be holding on September 25. Then we'll move to UBA, where Tony Elumelu, the chairman of UBA, has increased his stake to 10.63% after acquiring about 43.9 billion worth of UBA shares on Friday, May 30th. This acquisition follows a previous purchase by Hearst Holding that we are seeing that has brought Elumelu's total stake to 3.66% directly and 6.97% indirectly. With UBA set for recapitalization in Q3 2025, Elumelu's growing influence is signaling a confidence in the bank's long-term prospects. In 2024, Elumelu, for the financial year 2024, Tony Elumelu earned and his companies earned 12.7 billion in dividends from UBA, basically a sign of the profitability prospects of the bank. Then we're moving to Nestle Nigeria that has signed a letter of intent with the Federal Ministry of Livestock Development to launch a dairy technical skills development program. This partnership is aiming at enhancing the milk production quality and volume in Nigeria through capacity building programs, training, and industry-relevant skills development. The program is building on Nestle's existing dairy development efforts that has seen it establish about 83 dairy cooperatives. Through this program, Nestle has trained about 2,000 milk producers, and it has improved its milk quality. It has reduced its rejection rate from about 12% to 5%. And the partnership is aimed at supporting sustainable livelihoods and fostering economic growth. Then finally on the news, we have seen Grieve Nigeria PLC, formerly known as Van Leer, a steel drum maker which came to Nigeria in 1940, concluding its voluntary liquidation process. Grieve has said, according to the company's liquidator, Inam Wilson, the company has settled its debts and outstanding liabilities and is preparing its final account. During his peak, Grieve was the leading manufacturer of steel drums and other industrial packaging solutions in Nigeria. The company is confirming that the liquidator is confirming that shareholders will review and approve the liquidation account at the final general meeting before it files with the Corporate Affairs Commission for final dissolution, marking the end of Grieve Nigeria's corporate existence. 1940 to 2025, 85 years of existence has come to an end. On the international scene, Apple has shipped 2.9 million iPhones to the US from India in April 2025, basically representing a 76% year-on-year increase from April 2024. This surge basically reflects Apple's strategy to diversify manufacturing amid rising geopolitical tension between the US and China. Conversely, we also saw iPhone shipments from China fell 76% year-on-year to 900,000 units as against 3.7 million units that we saw in April 2024. Apple is aiming to make most of its iPhones in India this year, and the company is heavily investing in India. Essentially, Foxconn and Tata Electronics, which are some of the key manufacturing partners of Apple, have been expanding their capacity in India, and it is expected by the end of 2026, India could be supplying around 80% of iPhone demand in the US. So basically, this manufacturing shift is supported by the production-linked incentive scheme of the Indian government, which has been targeted towards the growing capacity of Indian manufacturing. Another thing that has helped India's manufacturing of iPhones is the ability to make models like the iPhone Pro and Pro Max. After the break, we'll be giving you key index from the Nigerian capital market and other global indices.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
On the equity scene, we saw the Nigerian all-share index advance by 0.37%. We will say the market is on an up and up. Basically, we saw a new high yesterday as the all-share index closed at 112,427.48 points, a 0.37 advancement. Yet to date, the market is now at 9.23%. Are we going to see a further push to 30% returns at the end of the year? We don't know. Market capitalization 70.895 trillion naira, more than 25% of the country's GDP as of today. As of yesterday, we saw a market turnover remain robust as 622.6 million shares were exchanged for a total value of 16.12 billion. We've seen the NGX release report that around 2.7 trillion worth of trading has taken place on the NGX from January up to April. Among the gainers, Honeywell Flour with a 10% gain. We saw SFS Real Investment Trust with another 10% gain. Honeywell Flour slightly dipped at the start of the week. However, we saw full bid on the stock yesterday. Square Nigeria, another 10% gain in stock. Square Nigeria has also been on an up and up this year. IMG, that's the industrial and medical gases, has been up also, 9.96% gain in trading yesterday. Then International Energy Insurance, the insurance group owned by Noreen Badger, has also been on the up this year, 9.82%. And among our losers, we have topping the chart of losers, we have Corn Oil PLC with a 10% decline. There was a full offer of corn oil stocks yesterday, followed by Len Africa, the publishing company, with a 9.98% decline. Len Africa was trailed by Transcorp Hotels, which declined by 9.97% to trade at a share price of 132 naira 80 kobo. Then we also moved to Julius Berger, which saw a 9.94% decline yesterday to trade at the share price of 120 naira 50 kobo. Then Kellarams also saw significant offerings of his bid. There was quite a bit of sale of Kellarams after we've seen a lot of buying activity on that stock this year. It declined by 9.92% to close at a share price of N9.53. The most active shares yesterday, we saw Fidelity Bank lead with a trading volume of 108.172 million shares to record a trading value of 2.055 billion. They were followed by Legend Internet, the internet company that was listed on the most recent listing on the exchange, 60.953 million shares valued at around 344 million naira. Then we also saw GT Bank. We saw UBA with a 55.738 million trading volume and a value of 1.926 billion naira. Then GT came in with a 41.225 million trading value, reporting a value of around 2.8 billion naira. Then finally, Access rounded up the top 5 with a trading volume of 34.515 million shares and a trading value of 754.432 million naira. On the global scene, we saw all of as at 3:38 p.m. yesterday, just some minutes to the closing of the US market, there was bullish action all around the US. The Dow Jones Index was up 0.59%. The S&P 500 was up by 0.64%, very close to its all-time high hit in February. We've seen the S&P 500 go up and up. We'll probably see it hit the February values that it got to on February 18. Nasdaq was also up by 0.84%. Basically, there's a lot of optimism in the American market. And in Asia, we saw markets close flat as the Nikkei closed around 0.06, declined by 0.06%, just a slight dip. Then in Korea, we saw a slight uptick, 0.05% up. Then in Hong Kong, the Hang Seng Index indicates that we've been seeing quite a bit of bullish action with a 1.53% gain on the Hang Seng Index. In Europe, the FTSE 100 Index, which tracks the UK stock market or the London Stock Exchange, was up 0.15%. CAC 40, which tracks the French stock market, was up by 0.34%, and the DAX index was up by 0.67%. On the currency side, the Naira was strong yesterday, as we saw the USD NGN, as we saw the official exchange rate, we saw it go up a little by 0.40%. We saw the Naira get a slight uptick to 1,578 Naira 75 kobo. The NGN, the Nigerian Naira to the British Pound, was also up slightly to close at 2,139 Naira 24 kobo. And against the Euros, we saw another slight uptick, 1,798 Naira 92 kobo. Thank you, and that's all we can take on today's edition of the Morning Market Brief. We'll bring you further updates on Friday. Have a beautiful morning. Thank you.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
It is with great pride that we have convened this assembly of senior officials, decision makers, and experts within the financial market sector. This gathering also includes a number of prominent figures and delegates from leading global and regional financial institutions. Your participation greatly enhances the significance of this conference and reaffirms our shared commitment to advancement of financial market structure and the strengthening of their function as an engine for sustainable economic development in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's forum will be held under the highly significant theme, Shaping the Future, Financial Markets Infrastructure as a Catalyst for Transformation Economies. This theme reflects our deepest awareness of the rapid transformation taking place in the global economy and the role played by the financial market infrastructures in enabling economies and adopt innovative and achieve inclusive growth.
I was speaking on the subject, which was, I think, picked by Jalo, Africa and the Middle East repositioning in a rapidly evolving global economy. Historically, the Red Sea, the Indian Ocean have served as vital trade routes linking the Middle East and Africa and enhancing both cultural exchange and economic interdependence. Indeed, actually, if I recall as a young student, primary and secondary student, my notion and understanding of trade was not trade between Nigeria, Africa, and the West, but actually trade between Nigeria and Africa and the Middle East. And the trade routes and the romance and the vibrancy and our understanding of how money was created, how wealth was built, was actually along the lines and the corridors of Africa and the Middle East. And so the case for cooperation is very compelling. We share the same challenges: security, food security, energy transition, infrastructure development. But however, together, I think we will be much more effective in addressing these challenges than on our own. And so by leveraging our complementary strengths and collaborating on the fact that we share challenges and therefore we have mutual interests, we can not only balance uni and bipolar influences, but also advocate for probably a more multipolar, more even, more balanced world. By pooling our resources and pooling our diplomatic efforts, I heard the Egyptian ambassador here, our regions can exert much more influence globally on decision making. And so 32 countries comprising 44 members and associates have united under the AMIDA banner, driven by a singular mission to enhance the safety, to enhance the efficiency, to enhance the performance of our capital markets. Well done. I want to demystify the subject of market infrastructure, the subject of what a CSD is for others. Who are others? The media, policymakers, market intermediaries, and so on. because yours is a very technical function. And yes, it has fundamental important impact. But if you ask most people, why is a CSD important? Most people who actually have the power to do the things that will make a CSD relevant and important, either in our markets or they don't know. So today, your mission has never been more critical. Geopolitical realignments are reshaping global trade routes. Digital disruption is transforming the rules of settlement and custody, and capital is increasingly mobile and is seeking out the most robust and innovative platforms where it can work. So in this context, countries and businesses across Africa and the Middle East face both unprecedented challenges and extraordinary opportunity.
As a matter of fact, we finally made it, and we are here today in Lagos, and we met almost on the first day to our main objectives. We've seen lots of collaborations among the members, but let's not forget that we are Lagos in Nigeria. There are lots of potential interest. We've seen and learned from NGX, which is a stock exchange, national stock exchange, and also we learned from CSCS about the latest technologies, about the latest development have been made. So most of the members already entered into agreements, collaboration, exchange of knowledge, and today we think we will go back again to our countries and learn from this event, which is very important, and also the latest developments and achievements have been done in Nigeria, particularly on policymakers, regulations, marketplace, and as well as the clearinghouse, which is CSCS. Last but not least, we have also seen how the broker also interact in the market yesterday and today. We have also met few market participants. So yes, we'll go back and we'll learn a lot from what's happening in this area, particularly in Nigeria. So let's not forget that the more than 40 members among Africa and Middle East with a market, a huge number of market cap. So we've discussed internally on the cross-border transaction we have done among more than 10 members. We came up with a platform that is accessible by any members who enter to this. So today, let's say an investor in Nigeria who has a market setup with one of the local brokers, if they are interested in trading in any market across the African Middle East Association, they don't have to have a local access. So they can use the local broker to access any market, trade, settle, and that's it. So this was the main objective, and this was one of the dreams that we have ever thought of. And today it's up and running, and we are growing. As we started with 2 markets, today we are 10, so we are announcing as we go.
I think one of the biggest challenges is around user education. Investing places a lot of responsibility on the part of investor to know what they are doing. Whether you have financial advisors or not, you still at an individual level need to understand what you're doing. So I think there's a lot of work that we can do around education. I also think there's a lot we can do around providing more investment opportunities to people that need them. There's a lot of asset classes and instruments that exist in the world today, and there's often a mismatch, both in terms of accessibility and the education on how to use that to people that it can maybe benefit the most. Some of the work that we're doing in Bamboo is trying to bridge that gap. We invest a lot in education, providing tools, resources on demand, in person, trying to show people and teach them the fundamentals of investing responsibly, the fundamentals of making smart financial decisions for yourself, and also by providing our app that's essentially free and easy to use, trying to create as many asset classes as possible for people across markets. So today we are in Ghana, South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria, giving opportunities to, about 1 million people on the platform today.
Many challenges, but if I would identify a few, we talk about old equipment, sometimes dated 15 to 20 years old. Okay, we also have the problem of AI adoption. A lot of financial institutions struggle to adopt AI, and it's usually the result of poor API and data quality. We also have the issues of costly regulatory complexities, and this is usually makes the struggle for cross-border settlement to happen. And he also struggles innovation. So these are the few that we can identify in terms of challenges by the financial institution in Africa.
The capital market has been an engine for economic growth and prosperity for a lot of countries because it provides you a platform to crowdfund, to raise capital at a level that is unmatched. Because if you think about it, if you're trying to raise 1 billion naira and you're having to go to individuals to fundraise, that's a lot more tedious work than if you go to a platform and be able to raise money from people who have not even met you before.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello and welcome to the big story here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we get to discuss key issues shaping our nation and our economy at large. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Today we're discussing the challenges facing Bureau de Change operators following the CBN recapitalization deadline. And with Central Bank of Nigeria's recapitalization deadline for BDCs operations having expired on June 3rd, 2025, and many operators still struggling to meet the new capital requirement, it will seem that the end of the road has come for many of the BDC operators if the CBN does not extend deadline for the second time. Now, the new recapitalization thresholds require Tier 1 BDCs to have a minimum share capital of 2 billion naira, while the Tier 2 BDCs must have a minimum share capital of 500 million naira. Now, these figures represent a significant increase from the previous uniform requirement of 35 million naira for all. With the deadline gone, what options are open to the BDCs and how best can their operations be strengthened and sanitized to better serve Nigerians, especially those in the informal sector? Well, to discuss this conversation and so much more, we have Comrade Olusoju Oluwole, the president of the Association of Senior Staff of Banks, Insurance and Other Financial Institutions, which is called ASBFI. And he's our guest this morning and he'll be having this conversation with us today. Thank you for joining the show, Comrade.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Elizabeth, and good morning to all our viewers.
Good morning to you, sir. Let me start by asking you, how will you assess the operations of BDCs in Nigeria, and how do you think their recapitalization is necessary? Do you think their recapitalization is necessary?
Well, in terms of their operations, I think it's something that is quite necessary. BDCs tend to create some level of backup to banks, particularly in situations where banks are not readily available to provide the services that the BDCs will provide. So, for example, you have an emergency travel for a weekend, a public holiday, or after banking hours. The BDCs are there to provide that kind of support, provided, of course, that they have the fund available to provide that kind of service. Now, back to the issue of recapitalization. Well, the CBN has come out to say that the reason for the recapitalization is to bring sanity to the system, to provide a stronger structure in that sector of the economy. While they've given those reasons, partly in terms of sanitizing, in terms of sanitizing the sector, I tend to agree with them a bit, not completely, in the sense that if you recall, I think it was sometime last year or thereabout, that about 4,000 or so licenses were revoked. And I believe that they are doing this to reduce the number of BDCs that are operational in the country, and thereby bringing in the issue of recapitalization. If that is the reason, well, probably they may be right. But the question stands that what does the capitalization actually stand for in the way they operate their business? Because in reality, it's more of a cash and carry system. They must have some kind of cash backing to be able to carry out their transactions. So in terms of being necessary for sanity in the system, probably. But in terms of the workings of the business, probably not.
Now, what are some of these challenges that the BDC operators face in meeting new capital requirements, and how best do you think that this can be addressed to ensure that at least there's a lot more compliance?
Well, of course, when you move a system, when you move the capital requirement from, I think it was 35 million naira up to 500 million and 2 billion naira respectively. That is quite a steep movement, especially an environment where they do not go to the capital market. So they have to raise it from their own investors. And when you go to the CBN regulation relating to BDC operations, you find that they are also strict about the people who can actually invest in the system itself. We'll find that the challenges that they will face will be basically around raising their fund. And in being able to overcome that challenge, I think that the BDCs ought to have come together to look at the challenge, not as individual challenge to each of the BDCs, but as a challenge to their own space in its entirety.
Now, Comrade, let's talk about mergers, acquisitions, and all of that, and how they can help operators to meet this capitalization threshold. Do you actually think that just only a few BDCs can meet forex demand by Nigerians?
Well, even with what we have, with the number that we have and banks, I'm not sure that they are particularly meeting the demands as it were. Because at least I go around and I hear a lot of people complaining that they are unable to get the desired volume of FX that they require for their businesses, for their personal transactions, health, education, and all the rest of it. But when we talk of mergers and acquisitions, it does not reduce the number of operators that you find. What it just does is that when it doesn't reduce the number of outlets that you have, what it does is reduce the number of operators that we have, and thereby creating a bigger environment. You will recall, let's look at the banking sector, for instance. You will recall that the merger under Governor Soludo at that time reduced the number of banks from over 100 to just over 20 at that time. But it did not reduce the presence of banks within the environment. What it just did was to create a stronger banking sector. And I believe that it is the same thing that is being considered for BDC operators.
And I like that you've mentioned Governor Soludo's time, but let's talk about some of the illicit activities that we see within this bureau, the change sector. Now, what measures can the CBN, the Central Bank of Nigeria, what measures can they implement to enhance that there's a lot more transparency within this sector?
Well, I believe that the number one thing they ought to do is to totally eliminate the presence of cash within the operations. Today, I think one of the rules is that for BDCs to sell FX to their customers, at least 75% of this must be cashless. So basically, it should be in a card or in an account. And by the time they start implementing that, particularly in the terms of exchange, it creates some form of tracking for the regulator and for the security agencies to ensure that the right people are actually getting the FX. The second, of course, is to create a robust process of accountability. In other words, whatever it is that you sell, whatever it is that you buy, must be well documented for anybody to track and to be able to investigate where those things, where questions may be raised. And I think this is where technology really comes into play, that the CBN, in conjunction with the BDC operators, should be able to build a central a central monitoring system where all records of activities are put into that system. It reports to all the necessary desks that exist today in terms of monitoring for them to be able to check the activities and nip any unwholesome activity in the board.
Thank you for mentioning the central monitoring system. I was going to ask you about how we can leverage technology, but you already did answer that for me. So let's talk about how we can regulate more compliance, especially within the informal economy, because we know that, let's say it's the informal economy that really patronizes, no, not precisely just the informal economy. I mean, both the formal and the informal economy, but let's talk about the informal economy and how the BDC sector can regulate more compliance to be able to serve this informal economy effectively.
Well, today, for you to have access to FX officially, either through banks or through the BDCs, the CBN has already created a site where you must put in your application for whatever it is, whether it's BTA, PTA, whether it is for health or for whatever reason. You need to go in there to put in your application and to submit all the required documents for that purchase. And when you put it in there, you get a response from CBN, and then it is passed to the organization that you are dealing with. I'm not too sure whether BDCs have been uploaded on that system, but I know that banks are already on that system today. And once it is approved, the same information goes in there, and then it can be monitored from there. I'll use the PTA as an example. You must put in the data page of your passport, your visa, your ticket. And I think somebody also monitors to check that you actually went on that trip to get the PTA that you requested for. And where you do not embark on that travel within a specified period of time, it is expected that that money must be returned to the institution that you bought it from. If that kind of thing is implemented and enforced within that space, then it will actually reduce the amount of sharp practices that are being reported today. We may not be able to eliminate everything completely at this point in time, but at least it brings some level of control and reduction in those activities.
And when we talk about all of these activities, we need to also talk about how stakeholder engagement must be encouraged, especially between the Central Bank of Nigeria and the BDC operators. So how can we make sure, like from your own point of view, how can we make sure that there is a lot more stakeholder engagement and continuous dialogue between the CBN and the BDC operators?
Well, in the document that the CBN produced on the regulation of BDC activities, provision has been made for all this. And I think one of the things that I found very interesting in that document was that the CBN has also encouraged the BDCs to come together as one party. So it's not a case of every BDC compulsorily raising 500 million or raising 2 billion. It spoke about franchising. So what it simply means is that all the BDCs together could actually come in as one body to be registered by the CBN. And then the individuals who have come together as that one body become franchisees in the various locations. That itself is an engagement that they could do. And when they do that kind of thing, it actually reduces the cost of operations for them, because it simply means that as one body, they are dealing with one system, and everybody who is connected as a franchisee simply connects to that system. And that way, it actually provides a robust and a better monitoring system, because everybody is seeing the same thing, everybody is in the same system, and it's easy to quickly pick out anyone who is not doing what they are supposed to do.
And it's always important for us to borrow experiences from other countries. So what lessons can we learn from other countries when we're talking about BDC regulation and how to approach sanitizing this sector?
Well, well, just like you said, it varies from country to country. So you go to some countries today, and these BDC activities are being carried out in post offices, not even in banks or BDCs. And we also know that there are some organizations that are known all over the world who carry out these activities. So you get to airports and you will find them there. You're able to exchange your money. You're able to withdraw. You're able to do quite a number of things in those locations. In some cases, in some countries, you'll find these activities in supermarkets or in stores because they have been licensed to do that. But I'm not sure that our environment is prepared for that presently. Maybe in the future, yes. But I think the best thing for us is to make do with what we have and then begin to look at how we can develop it further to create those presences. Now, recall that I spoke about the franchising system earlier on. Perhaps if we had that kind of system operating today, then those franchises could operate from locations that I mentioned that happen in other parts of the world. Of course, because of the kind of environment that we operate in, several things have to be put into consideration in terms of security, because you are dealing with money, in terms of the infrastructure, all the things that are going to be required. Those locations must be able to provide those things as well, which I believe are things that have also been stated in the regulation that is made available. So once they're able to meet all those things, I believe that we'll be able to operate just like is operational in other countries today.
Right. Just before I let you go, comrade, are there any support mechanisms, be it financial, technical assistance, whatsoever, that can be provided to smaller BDCs to aid in their compliance with these new regulations?
Yeah, well, this is something that actually has to be initiated by their own association. Today, when you look at the number of BDCs that we have operational, you'll find out that some of them, I'm sorry to use the word, when we talk in terms of the various sizes of the BDCs, some may not be more than the size of a corner store. So you'll probably find out that in the entirety of that particular business, maybe they just have about 4 or 5 staff, including the owner. And there are some that have a vast number of staff that are working there. But as an association, the support should start from there. When they start, they'll be able to go to the regulator to request for some further support, which I'm sure that the regulator will be too happy to provide, considering the value that it will bring into the operations of the BDC business as a whole. And then, of course, some of them may be able to work with banks and other financial institutions for some kind of support that provides some kind of synergy in terms of the financial activities, for example, transferring the funds, receiving the funds, the card business itself and all that. There are a lot of parties that I'm sure will be willing to provide that kind of support, but the initiation has to start from them because they know what it is that they require.
Well, thank you very much, Comrade Oluwole, for this insightful conversation on BDCs and recapitalization. It was truly very remarkable. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth.
This has been The Big Story on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure. a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
You are watching Business Day Television.
The Pan Atlantic University brought together industry experts, creators, students, and changemakers in the music industry at the Lagos Business School for the second edition of its SMC Music Business Conference, themed Leveraging AI for Growth, Opportunity and Sustainability in the Music Industry on the 30th of May 2025. The conference commenced with a welcome address from the Pan Atlantic University School of Media and Communications Dean, Dr. Ikechukwu Ubiaya, where he pointed out the possibilities of AI and how we can capitalize on it to inspire growth in the music industry.
Welcome, and I do hope you have a fantastic day in the music conference of this year. Thank you.
He also used this opportunity to launch the book, a compilation of papers written on the last Music Business Conference. The event proceeded with a keynote speech from Mr. Munyiratsi Chaneta, Managing Director Africa, Empire Publishing, which addressed the impact of AI in the evolution of music rights management.
AI is not here to kill music. It's here to test us. It's here to challenge us. And maybe it's here to help us. Today, we'll explore what AI really is, why music has always feared innovation, and what's broken in our industry, especially in Africa, and how AI might just be the tool that can help fix it.
The conference featured informative panel sessions with a plethora of reputable speakers and a master class, which was able to expatiate on the ethics of AI in music.
Or if I want to mix and master and check my parameters, I could also use like certain metering. There are AI metering devices as well, where you can check your loudness, your peaking and all that. So like I can essentially start my workflow and end my workflow without doing anything myself.
How do I analyze all the data to know where the audiences are, where the people that will sell the tickets are? Smart advertising. How do I know where to spend my advertising money? If you don't do it, you just wouldn't be as efficient as everybody else. You wouldn't make as much revenue per naira spent, and you would just get weeded out. And you would see that evolution in the last 10, 20, 30, 40 years in the music business, where there might have been companies that were at the top, and then other companies took over, record labels that were at the top, other record labels took over, and it's not just a local thing. So I think make it available, like you said, teach people, do all these awareness things. Like this panel, for example, will probably bring AI. Everybody might have heard of it, but they might have not thought about it in a different way.
The conference provided a platform for knowledge exchange and forward-thinking conversations which covered accepting AI as a tool that had come to erase excuses instead of a threat to the music business. Each session ended with an opportunity for attendees to share their questions and opinions with the panelists. Some of the attendees and panelists also shared their submissions and takeaways from the event.
It has always been our goal to do more in the different sectors. And so this opportunity we saw as a golden one, the opportunity to collaborate with Aristocrat last year
to start this was for us like a first step into this area of the music industry. And of course, it goes without saying that today it's an industry that's making tremendous impact in the world as a whole, having such an influence. But you look at the other side of it and you see that so much more needs to be done in terms of improving education for this sector, in terms of improving the structures for this sector, and taking time out to study it, taking time out to show the young people who are trying to go into this space what it's all about. We think it's a great contribution towards building a stronger industry. This really is why we decided to do this.
AI can only make improvements to the lives of our creatives. AI is data, it is analysis, it is efficiency. It's able to speed up processes, it's able to clean things up in such a way that it can actually improve the flow of money, the monetization of content back to the creators where it truly needs to be.
How do I use AI? That's one thing people need to understand. When they're able to like fine-tune that aspect of how to use AI for fashion, how to use AI for marketing, how to use AI for production, how to use AI for either media or whatever, people will be able to cue into it, because whatsoever you don't know, have an idea about how beneficial these things can be to me, you probably just ignore it and get slept on.
So you see a lot of AI generated Afrobeats themed music or bass music. And even if not Afrobeats core, Afrofusion, so maybe fusing Afrobeat to like R&B more from any part of the world. So it won't just be Nigerians anymore or South Africans or Ghanaians. It'll be like anybody could, from some person from, I don't know, Switzerland will probably be generating as well. So that's what I see. I can't tell you what platforms are going to exist because I can't see into the future, but it will be more common, and I feel like we'd have made our peace with it. How can artists protect themselves in the AI-dominated landscape? Well, to be honest, just lawyer up. Always lawyer up. Have an entertainment lawyer who's knowledgeable about the space and about IP and IP laws and protection, basically. And those will be the best people to advise in any situation.
The event reached a gratifying resolution with the closing remarks from the convener of the conference, Mr. Joseph Abiagom. Reflecting on the theme and conversations from the conference, thanking all panelists and guests for their presence. Norma Obuna, reporting for Business Day Television.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get everyone in Nigeria with a suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Craftsmanship Chronicle series on Go Local, and on this episode, our focus is on wood, trees in our hood. Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. Now, Go Local is a podcast where we delve deeply and explore our nation's local uniqueness. Go local, buy local, and together we stay global. As we get into it, do also grab a cup of your favorite drink and a snack you would love to munch on. Oh, and make sure to make it a Nigerian snack and get ready for an amazing ride. Since humans first realized they could make use of the materials they found in the vicinity, wood has been used and altered by us. People eventually learned about the special qualities of wood as they utilized it to satisfy a wide range of human requirements in peace and conflict, farming, and industry. Throughout history, trees and their wood have been essential to human existence. Since ancient times, wood has been one of our most vital building elements, used for construction as well as for production of tools, weapons, and furniture. Wood has historically played a key role in a lot of areas, and we Nigerians are part of that history. For this episode, I went to the Itamaga sawmill in the Ikorodu area of Lagos State, where I was able to speak with the General Secretary of the sawmill.
My name is Alhaji Kabiru Adegboyega Ibrahim, and this is Sogidowo sawmill Itamaga. So I'm the secretary to the association, General Secretary to the association, Sogidowo Plant Marketers Association of Nigeria.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. Now you are on to the social listening segment here on the show, where we analyze top trends making the rounds across social media. Of course, my name is Elizabeth Musa, and I'm not here alone.
I am Onyeka Valentine.
Thank you for joining us today. So let's start off the conversation today with the conversation on social media, where the Lagos state government has declared a zero tolerance for all forms of environmental infractions before, during, and after the Salah, which is the Eid el-Kabir celebrations in the state. Now, the Commissioner for the Environment and Water Resources, Tokunbo Wahab, read the Riot Act on Tuesday during a media briefing on the state of the Lagos Environment World Environmental Day celebrations and the Salah clampdown on environmental offenders held at Alausa, Ikeja. Wahab warned residents to shun acts of indiscipline, unhygienic behavior, as there would be no sacred cows in the enforcement. I like that. Sacred cows. So we'll see some of the reactions on social media. They will come have the conversation here in the studio. You know, the social media space has been abuzz with so many reactions. You know, there have been different conversations about the fine here and there. I don't know if you've noticed, since last week there's been a fine for this, a fine if you accept bribes, a fine if you do this. At this point, I'm a little scared if there's going to be a fine for speaking. Maybe I shouldn't speak.
We're in the fine age, the age of fine.
Yeah, there's fines here and there, and it's a little bit scary.
One of the ways to not just generate income internally, right? Obviously, you realize that it's not just that way. You can also generate income through making sure that the people who are supposed to collect the money, if at all, right, are doing what they need to do. And if they're not, they too will pay fine. But what I'm trying to say is, fines. Is it because we have celebration coming up in around the corner? Back to the main story. We are here hearing that, okay, look, if you defaulter, some money will be taken out of your pocket. The question is, will this money be accounted for? We've heard this things over and over again, right? We don't begin to sound like a broken record, but accountability is key. We understand if measures are put in place, so that way there is some form of penalty. We get it. It's a great way to go. But it becomes better if that enforcement cuts across board. Okay. There are no sacred cows. There should be no sacred cow. What is good for the goose, like they say,
it's good for the gander.
Will this actually apply in this case? So it begs the question, Elizabeth, if truly they mean this thing they're saying, we want to see on that day, right, people who quote and unquote like to drive with convoy and everything, if they decide to default it to, let someone who doesn't have what's it called, is not armed with a gun or something, but is a personnel of that agency stop you and say, sorry sir, Oga, we respect you. We know that you are a big man, but you have defaulted.
Defaulted by throwing waste.
Exactly.
But you know what's funny? If you're speaking about them littering the environment, I think you might not really see that if you're talking about the people in convoy.
It will shock you. I have been in traffic where someone wound down and threw a plastic bottle through the window. And I looked at the number plate. In fact, I caught a picture of it. Unfortunately, I don't have that phone with me. I could have put it up so we see it. I took a snapshot of the plate number, and it said, clear. It says, presidency. I know it's not the president in the vehicle. Yeah. Maybe one of the vehicles that they use within Abuja or something, but the number plate carried presidency. So I'm like, wait a minute. Aren't you supposed to show good example, right? Like I did say, I know it's not the president in the vehicle. I know Obviously. That. But one of the people who, maybe one of the motorcade or something, and this happened in Abuja, I just threw the plastic bottle outside the window. Now, if I was a school student and I go to school every day and they tell me, keep your environment clean, do the right thing, you're the leaders of tomorrow. And I see one of my leaders throwing, I'm like, what is this? So what I'm trying to say is, there shouldn't be any sacred cow, even at every level. Good examples should be shown from the top.
Yeah, and I think that's what the minister said. He made mention of that himself, saying that there will be no sacred cows, and we truly hope that there will be no sacred cows. And I think most importantly for me, it's being able to enforce regulations. Should I call it regulations? Enforce things like this beyond that thing. Because we do have a littering problem in Nigeria. Most especially Lagos, horrible. Waste everywhere. You go to other countries, it's almost like it's a no-brainer. And I'm going to speak, I like to speak about African countries. In countries like Rwanda, you do not, there's no
the laws are stiff.
There is no single waste. I remember at some point, we were on a tour, and then we were wondering how to litter. And then the tour guide inside the bus had said to us that we should just pack everything up. Inside the vehicles, there is already a waste bin. And it's not a case of, how even in the Nigerian buses where there is it's even dirty. So you feel like you want to even dirty it.
And so what does that do to you mentally?
The way everywhere is clean, you feel like even things that are perishable, you don't even want them
Elizabeth, I will tell you,
to get on the ground.
This thing is a mindset. Here in Nigeria, we know the right things to do.
I'm not sure we do.
See, I will tell you. The reason why I'm telling you this is that, look, if you put an average Nigerian in an environment where things are going well, they will conform. They will follow through. But for one reason or the other, I don't even know what it is. As soon as they step their foot back in the country, Murtala Airport, they begin to act funny.
There is something in the air. Like you step in and
it's as if
there's an aggression.
Everything goes, which is wrong.
There's an aggression. There is everything goes energy that just
which is
comes.
wrong.
Once you hit, because from the lack of orderliness, it gets to you as well. You're trying to claim your bags, all of those things. You just notice a dive, like you're coming from this level.
This is the shocker. This is the shocker. Now, the same people who will complain that, oh, look at the way the American system is. Look at how the UK system is. Things are going well. The idea of good, want to call it good behavior, kind of. Things are going well. The same people will come back here, right? And instead of saying, wait a minute, let us correct it. They will add to it by trying so much to press down the country even more with their words and worse and their actions.
But let's see some of the reactions on social media about this conversation, because I see that we're really passionate about it. Let's see what people are saying on social media. Tam Gunubo says, it sounds like a great policy action for establishing good sanitation across the state. This sort of action-driving policy requires extensive and effective implementation framework. Now, the bane of administrative failures in the country has always been, I think you're talking about corruption, lack of effective implementation and all of that. Let's see if we can check out a few more reactions. But that particular one that says the bane of administrative failures in the country has always been corruption and lack of effective implementation mechanisms. Seeing more reactions on social media. Destiny Alaba says, yes, for this kind of offense, taking a fine is okay. But there are some offenses that no fine should be accepted. Examples are bribery, fraudulent activities,
not even a slap on the wrist.
For these mentioned offenses, accepting fines doesn't make sense at all, and it won't deter it. Let's see more reactions. Ogale says, traders should also be fined for selling in unauthorized places.
Now
all drains should be
there's a
covered.
comma to that one.
There are many open drains in Nigeria, but the government and the masses should take responsibility. That's from Ogale. Abraham says, now you are taking the right step to address the Lagos smelling issue. I mean, it's across board that they say Lagos smells, but it's not me that said it. It's people that said, let your work speak for you rather than get online trollers to defend what is so obvious. Everyone wins this way, and Lagos is better for it. That's from Abraham.
I think I would go with the second one, the one that says that they should also find people who as in the hawkers on the street that that add to this whole so-called littering and everything. I think in that particular regard, we should start on first and foremost look at the reason why they are there. Okay, is there a particular put it this way now, system that is not working properly? Now, the system I mean, are we cutting across information properly, such a way that they can be well situated in places where we don't have to sleep on the streets? Look, cost of living is already very expensive.
Absolutely.
The man who is driving in his vehicle, right, wants to get water instead of parking, getting out of traffic, parking and coming back to the same traffic. And so the question is, how are we going to make sure that this person can get his water apart from, put it this way, by not patronizing the person on the street? How do you even get the person who sells this thing not to even stay there? Is there some form of road network such a way that we will prevent it in the first place? Because, I mean, let's be honest, the man who sells, or the woman who sells bottled water and has it, being carried around from car to car, knows whoever buys it, there's a high tendency that when they're done drinking bottled water, the plastic bottled water, whatever it is, they will throw it through the window. And so if we say no more selling on the streets, no more whatever it is,
no more
hawking and everything, how are you going to maintain this? What are you going to put in place such a way that these people, right, will have other ways that they can carry out their businesses and it wouldn't cause environmental issues for us?
And I think it's also to address the issue of
That's what I'm saying. That's another thing. Because a lot of them live under the bridges.
That's literally my house. That's literally the next place I'm going to litter. So it's a trickle down effect, and then there are many layers to this conversation. So if we're truly going to address it, then they have to address all of the layers. That's like from hawking, like you mentioned.
Totally.
Homelessness on the streets. Look.
I saw a video. I saw a video where they were cracking down on people who were living under bridges. That was a good one, right? Because most of them have no business being in Lagos. No offense, but hey, if the lifestyle of Lagos is not for you, go back to your village and go and do other things. There are other things to do there now. And so they're just moving into Lagos, trooping into Lagos, without ask them, where do you have any family friend in Lagos? No, I don't have any family friend. What are you doing in Lagos? I just came to see what? I'm not saying they shouldn't come to Lagos, so I'm only just saying.
Are you gatekeeping Lagos?
Well, I'm not gatekeeping, but I'm saying, look, so should I be like Trump now that will say we want the best people?
It's like you're gatekeeping Lagos. Well, let's move on to the other conversation where the senior special assistant to the president on public affairs, Aliyu Audu, says Nigeria's path from underdevelopment to economic prosperity requires time, long-term vision, and shared responsibility. And he also called for patience from the citizens. Now, he said this on Channels Television on Monday, where he argued that Nigeria, while being a unique country, can accelerate development if citizens and leaders commit to difficult but necessary reforms. While he reflected on the country's political journey, he acknowledged past failings but called for unity. Let's see some of the reactions on social media. I see you are itching to say a lot to this conversation. I hope that we'll have time to speak. But there are conversations like this, they always lead to much reactions. Olamilekon says, you guys are frauds. You are worse than the Yahoo boys the EFCC are chasing around. You promised to turn things around in 2 years. Now you're asking Nigerians to wait for 50 years. And you're mentioning that, of course, it took India 50 years. Let's see more reactions on social media. Sheyi says, APC, I like that handle, 3 left thumbs, says APC has been in power for 10 years. Does he want to look at a graph of economic development and mass prosperity in Nigeria over that period so it can help him to project what we can expect over the next 10 if guys are still in power? That's a big question. Now, Obong Ikana says, Singapore had vision, discipline, and zero tolerance for corruption. India had a clear democratic trajectory despite its challenges. Nigeria has had 60 plus years, trillions earned, and still no power, no functional healthcare, no security, no accountability. That's the big
Elizabeth,
one
it boils down to one thing. Do you have another message?
Yeah, there's one more. Samuel says, so, in essence, you are telling Nigerians to wait for 50 years before Nigeria will get better, that Tinubu cannot do anything. Well, we need a leader who will start leading Nigeria towards prosperity. And that person, obviously, is not Tinubu. That's according to the words of Samuel Chijoke.
Well, as soon as you have, so if you have Nigerian passport, you're Nigerian, right? My question is this. I think it has gotten to the point where we should understand, right, that talking only does a bandage around the wound. Action itself is what makes that wound get healed. Otherwise, it gets infected and the host body dies afterwards. What do I mean by this? I will explain. Look, we have a wound. There's a gaping wound, open, flies have been perching on it. What is the gaping wound? Right? Is lack of confidence. There is lack of confidence in our leaders.
Nigerians lacking confidence.
Nigerians lack, exactly. So what I mean to say, when I say lack of confidence, look, it is a very clear thing. If I do not have confidence in you, I will want to look somewhere else for strength. And so you see messages like that on X. Like the guy who said, look, what was the second one again? He said,
one of the, if you could just have the tweet up on the screen. What did he say?
He said something about that it would take Nigeria another 50 years. Isn't it so? Look, let's be honest. Why are we looking to India? If it took India 100 years, that is India. Nigeria is a unique country, right? And because I know that it is possible that we can get it done, let us begin to look inwards. We are already bleeding. Let us begin to say, what will we do right, to tackle the cause of the accident and not just come to patch it and put a bandage over it. And so we'll call a spade a spade. The problem we have is the big issue of corruption, and that is what's holding us hostage.
Corruption.
It's so bad that even at the least point, everybody wants to demand a kickback. And so, believe it or not, corruption is a greater killer than HIV and AIDS, a greater killer than cancer, a greater killer than even terrorism. It might shock you. Why? Because if you don't believe and have confidence, like I said, in the leaders and those who are supposed to be the proper gatekeepers in the judiciary, in the executive, all those other areas, and legislature, if you don't have confidence in them and you don't trust them, then why would you want to be patriotic?
Some people will actually beg to disagree on you saying that corruption is a greater killer and all of that. Because there have been conversations. I saw a post someday and I laughed about it. I even made a joke about it on social media where somebody says, when you begin to live certain life like this, you now begin to understand small corruption. I like how this is small corruption.
It's a mindset.
Because the truth is, I will be honest with you, the truth is, we say all of these things, yes. I'm not, you know where I stand obviously, but I'm not encouraging corruption or whatnot. But I do understand why when people get to certain positions or get into, the people that even make, we've seen it happen over time in Nigeria.
They just change all of a sudden.
The people that were even championing for a cause. I don't want to mention any names where they were championing and then it got into certain places, and when you begin to see some stuff, you begin to
realize that
you begin to make excuses.
You can't escape it.
Yes, because the system, it's the system that has to be changed. If there's no systemic change, one person can't do it.
So there is no nation on this planet that doesn't have corruption. I think what we should focus on is how to mitigate it. And so, if it is possible, at least Nigeria will breathe some fresh air. Because we're losing trillions and trillions and trillions, right? To corruption. There is no, like I said, no nation that is not riddled with corruption. But it shouldn't be so bad that our doctors will be leaving the country. So bad that our best brains will be leaving the country. And believe it or not, these guys who are abroad, they are telling us, come. Why? Because they know that there's some certain jobs over there that their own citizens won't want to do.
Yes, and those are the same jobs that in Nigeria our people won't do.
That's my point. So they go there because of the idea of better wage, the idea of greener pastures. Believe it or not, the same United States you are running to, they have beggars on the streets there too.
Absolutely.
It's a mindset. And the same Nigeria you are running away from has billionaires who hire these people as expatriates. And by the way, in case you don't know, most of the expatriates are not their best brains. They are the rejects over there. When they come here, because of the way they look or the way they sound, with some, documentation that you can't really, validate, you give them the post. And so guess what? They take that job and call well-meaning Nigerians and give it to them at a peanut price.
And you made a
and you say Nigeria is wasting time to grow,
right? Because we know how many of all of these people, sometimes when you have inside conversations about how some of them even have, I don't want to mention their nationality, how some of them even have the, what's it called? Is it that prison, that thing that they have around their leg?
Ankle.
Yes, their ankle. That many of them even have it, right? Because they are supposed to they're serving prison time.
And how do they find their way
Nigeria?
So
and they're the ones holding the leadership positions in all of these factories, all of these places, and then they're the ones that people are saying yes sir to. And it's very, very, we have a terrible problem in Nigeria as well that encourages, and that's why I'm saying that this whole thing is a systemic issue, because we have a terrible problem in Nigeria, because then there's somebody that will be here. I think this even kind of mirrors something I was saying yesterday, the conversation I was having and I was even sharing, where you would now see that person that because he has a colored skin, I don't want to even mention, and then they come and then they put that person in this position, and then they put the other person that is your own Nigerian that has the qualifications and everything, and then suddenly, because that person has a white colored skin, you suddenly think that
call it spade a spade, call it the way it is.
My friend said something to me. There is something that is even going on in Nigeria now. I don't know if you're aware of it, but just before we go, there's something going on in Nigeria now where people are bidding for jobs, and when they are bidding for jobs,
They use foreigners.
They use foreigners. It's a paid job now. So if I go and bleach and go and then become, come with my British accent,
you know what?
and then you take me to your meeting.
You know what?
You just need to say, oh, then this is Miss Chestnut from
We're going to have
Britain.
Dr. I don't know if you know him. He's a psychologist, right? He's big when it comes to Pan-Africanism. We'll have him on the show one day, and you understand the dynamics, the way most of this imperialists, how they think, how they have decided to say, let us, since we cannot get lands here, let us come in here, marry the women here, so our children will have land. And there's a long-term goal. Maybe in our next show, Big Story, we'll talk about it.
We definitely should have this conversation, because I imagine how just mentioning Muhammad is from Lebanon, and then that just gives you the contract, because and Muhammad will just come and just make some jargon and say, yes, the construction job there, then they just give you the deal. And that's why we have problems. We have bridges that are bad. This one, because the people that understand it were not the people that did the job.
Although, let's also make a bit of a flip side. Most Nigerians too, right, have done so much lying that it's difficult to trust Nigerians.
There is
so that part also is an issue too, because you see, if out of 10 you've gotten about 8 persons who you've dealt with in the country and are not as in the listing as honest with you, you have no choice but to turn to people who you believe
I think this
might
is now
achieve it.
This is now
But
where,
again, it's
as
getting too much.
individuals, this is where as individuals, in whatever it is, this is where we learn to do our due diligence. Because people don't do due diligence. They listen to what is said on the surface and move with it. No due diligence.
Line,
this
hook,
is
and sinker.
This is a story for another day. This was a
Get
really interesting
interesting.
conversation. That's where we bring it to wraps on the show's studio listening segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Keep watching BDTV. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And I am Onyeka Valentine.
Thank you.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Two years is not too early to campaign. People just say that.
I want my children to be great.
Transportation is killing almost every one of us in Nigeria.
There is no profit in business again.
Tinubu is not the cause of Nigeria's suffering.
I did not vote for Tinubu, I will not lie.
I read about the student loan, but I was told it was not real.
Many have weighed in their opinions on the issues surrounding the 2 years so far with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. How far has it been? It has been 2 years. And so, we decided to get out there on the streets to talk to market women, talk to students, and also speak to some professionals who understand what leadership is. And my team, of course, had all that time that they needed. But more importantly, the question is, so far, are we feeling the brunt or are we enjoying the leadership? All these questions need to be asked so we know exactly where we are as a country. So this is how far, so far, on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's leadership in Nigeria. So let's take a look and see what we had to gather. We'll be right back.
That would preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So, help me God.
2 years ago, a promise of renewed hope, Bola Ahmed Tinubu stepped into Nigeria's highest office. He inherited a nation's yearning for change, grappling with complex changes and challenges. Well, today, as his administration marked its second anniversary, we asked the question, so far, and how far has Nigeria come? From bustling markets to quiet neighborhoods, the heart of Nigeria beats with a mix of expectations and experiences. So we spoke with ordinary Nigerians from the marketplace.
I will tell you to go and check all these products. All these local made, they're supposed to reduce the price. They should check where they are producing it. If it is stores they are taxing them, that is making everything to cost, they should know how to do it, because all these local made supposed to benefit us. It's not important now. Why are they suffering us? Look at, you cannot, if you want to buy biscuits now, before you buy this one, they will give you another one. Without that one, they will not allow you to buy your right one. Everything is just upside down. Tinubu should make things good for us. He should visit all this, especially these local goods. Because the way the thing is coming out now, we are just like selling for them. There's no profit.
I did it for Tinubu. Tinubu is not the cause of Nigeria's suffering, to my own perception. Because if you look it from the critical view, Nigeria has been corrupted before Tinubu climbed the seat, to my own view. Though I'm jobless for now, but it's not Tinubu's fault. This is my 40 years of graduating, but I didn't regret it. Under Lagos State, during the Tinubu regime, I've acquired many skills under his regime.
I stay in Surulere. So in the morning, my husband will come and drop me. He will come and drop me here. My going home with my son, I spend, if I do Aroro, I will spend 2,000. If I do not do Aroro, I will spend like 2,200 or 2,400. When I'm very small, it's our father that has gone out to go and hustle. But now, we women, what we are doing now, we're doing many things. We are more than men now in the house. We are the men in the house now. I want my children to be great.
To schools and universities, and of course some students, and their voices painted a vivid picture.
The impact of Tinubu for the 2 years that he's on the as the president of Nigeria, and also for the economy also, sir. From my place to my school here, because I live at Ibejuleki, so me coming here, I spent 5,000 naira for transport fare. If I'm also going back home, I spend 5,000 naira, making 10,000 naira. So for this month alone, I've been spending 40,000 naira on only transport fare alone. Transportation is killing almost every one of us in Nigeria. If I'm coming to the school, I have to do what? I have to eat. Let's say I estimate myself for the food. I eat, let's say 1,000. So it's a lot. I heard about the student loan that we can actually take a loan that when we want to fill the form, they will ask for the name of the school and everything, and also the account of the school. They will deposit the money into the account of the school. That after we graduated from the school, they will be deducting the money from our salary. But I've not been benefited from the loan.
I've affected negatively because it's first time with my parents. So whatever affects my parents will affect me. It has not been easy to support my education. They should just consider us more on their plans and anything they want to do. They should consider the students. Like I had to come here from Badagry because my study center at Badagry does not have a lab for our practicals. So I had to come all the way from Badagry here to find a place to stay and all of that. It has been very risky and not easy. I've heard about the student loan, but I was told it was not real.
For some, the fuel subsidy removal and rising cost of living have brought significant hardship, while for others, they acknowledged that tough decisions holding on to hope for long-term gains was necessary. But again, insecurity remains a deep concern for many. Even as the government reports progress, it's a daily balance between struggling and resilience for Nigerians. So to understand the strategic shift, Elizabeth and I from BDTV News turned to Professor Anthony Killer, who is the director of CIAPS, a leading strategist in governance and policy making. He highlights the administration's bold reform, like the exchange rate unification aimed at fiscal stability and attracting investment, which was not bad. But again, while these moves are made, the administration undoubtedly has caused immediate economic pain, particularly with inflation.
I am one of those people, the few of us left, that do not agree that removing fuel subsidy was a good idea.
Fuel subsidy is gone.
A lot of people agree that it's a good idea, including those of us who were against it before. All of a sudden they agree, let history and their conscience judge them. Because when some of us were against it, it wasn't personal, it wasn't political. It was pure economics. Why am I against removal of fuel subsidy? Because I know as a trained economist, and I want to underline that, when you remove fuel subsidy from a system like Nigeria, I was against it under Jonathan because I said it will increase the price of transportation, it will increase the price of food, it will create poverty. And that is exactly what has happened now. If you say to me that you have to remove fuel subsidy, you have to tell me two things. One, why do you want to remove it? And two, what are you going to do with the removal? If you're removing it because people are corrupt, then gather the corrupt people together and jail them or stop them from being corrupt. The people involved in the corruption of fuel subsidy are less than 2,000. So because of 2,000 people, you're going to make 200 million people suffer. That does not make sense the way I was brought up. But there's something very wrong about that, and it needs to be said.
Professor Anthony Killer also went on to point out some key areas where Tinubu's administration and style has affected the nation, but the challenge still lies in translating these policies into tangible improvements for every citizen of Nigeria.
I think so far the government is very high on intentions and politics, but rather low on governance.
Okay.
And I say this because I use three elements, three criteria. What did they meet there? What did they promise? And what do we expect from them? When they were going to government, what the promise was lower prices, more food, more employment, a better Nigeria. For any reason in the world. That is, by the way, so far so bad because the cost of energy has gone up, the cost of electricity has gone up, prices of food have gone up.
Absolutely.
So, I don't know, maybe they're building the house, maybe it will be better, but in the meantime, it is rough for people, and it must be said, because if it is not said, government might get a wrong impression. Whether they are doing it for our own good. They celebrate reforms. Technically, I can see some of these reforms. I disagree with some of these reforms. I think we're halftime now. At halftime, government should be saying, I have done this, not I am going to do. I call it governance by tenses. By halftime, government should be using past tense, not future tense. So they shouldn't be saying what they're doing or what they plan to do. I think that's not good for Nigeria. And because I'm not a partisan politician, I still hope that, they do something very quickly to improve the situation. But generally, the situation is bad. If you're in a country where the bag of rice is more than the salary
of the average
Nigerian, that's not a good place to be.
So it is no news that President Tinubu's first 2 years have been marked by often difficult decisions to spark growth and changes in our economy. But again, is Nigeria now on a better trajectory? That's the question mark. And the path ahead is still unfolding, for sure, but fraught with both promises and ongoing hurdles. We ask again, so far, as the nation moves forward, should the ultimate measure of his leadership so far be focused on how swiftly and equitably the benefits of renewed hope is touching Nigerians in different ways? If at all, has it truly reached the homes and lives of all Nigerians? Well, the journey continues. And so you heard everyone's opinion, from students to market women. You heard them rant over how they've gone through a lot and how it's difficult for them to be able to come to work or go to marketplace, even be able to get to lectures on time. Does this mean that Nigerians are going through a lot? Does it mean that the fuel subsidy removal affected the nation in a very, negative manner or otherwise? Now, we also heard Professor Anthony Killer being interviewed by Elizabeth, and you heard all he had to say. As a professional, he weighed in. But looking at the streets right now, cars are still moving. Meaning to say people are still buying fuel at exorbitant prices, but they have the money to buy this fuel. So the question is, 2 years has come and has gone. Are we moving forward or are we regressing? You decide. Has the 2 years of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu favored you or not? A big question that needs big answers. My name is Onika Valentine, BDTV. Until some other time, let's keep hoping.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
The Pan Atlantic University brought together industry experts, creators, students, and changemakers in the music industry at the Lagos Business School for the second edition of its SMC Music Business Conference, themed Leveraging AI for Growth, Opportunity, and Sustainability in the Music Industry on the 30th of May 2025. The conference commenced with a welcome address from the Pan Atlantic University School of Media and Communications Dean, Dr. Ikechukwu Ubiaya, where he pointed out the possibilities of AI and how we can capitalize on it to inspire growth in the music industry.
Welcome, and I do hope you have a fantastic day in the music conference of this year. Thank you.
He also used this opportunity to launch the book, a compilation of papers written on the last Music Business Conference. The event proceeded with a keynote speech from Mr. Munyiratsi Chaneta, Managing Director Africa, Empire Publishing, which addressed the impact of AI in the evolution of music rights management.
AI is not here to kill music. It's here to test us. It's here to challenge us. And maybe it's here to help us. Today, we'll explore what AI really is, why music has always feared innovation, and what's broken in our industry, especially in Africa, and how AI might just be the tool that can help fix it.
The conference featured informative panel sessions with a plethora of reputable speakers and a master class, which was able to expatiate on the ethics of AI in music.
Or if I want to mix and master and check my parameters, I could also use like certain metering. There are AI metering devices as well, where you can check your loudness, your peaking and all that. So like I can essentially start my workflow and end my workflow without doing anything myself.
How do I analyze all the data to know where the audiences are, where the people that will sell the tickets are? Smart advertising. How do I know where to spend my advertising money? If you don't do it, you just wouldn't be as efficient as everybody else. You wouldn't make as much revenue per naira spent, and you would just get weeded out. And you would see that evolution in the last 10, 20, 30, 40 years in the music business, where there might have been companies that were at the top, and then other companies took over, record labels that were at the top, other record labels took over, and it's not just a local thing. So I think make it available, like you said, teach people, do all these awareness things. Like this panel, for example, will probably bring AI. Everybody might have heard of it, but they might have not thought about it in a different way.
The conference provided a platform for knowledge exchange and forward-thinking conversations which covered accepting AI as a tool that had come to erase excuses instead of a threat to the music business. Each session ended with an opportunity for attendees to share their questions and opinions with the panelists. Some of the attendees and panelists also shared their submissions and takeaways from the event.
It has always been our goal to do more in the different sectors. And so this opportunity we saw as a golden one, the opportunity to collaborate with Aristocrat last year to start this, was for us like a first step into this area of the music industry. And of course, it goes without saying that today it's an industry that's making tremendous impact in the world as a whole, having such an influence. But you look at the other side of it and you see that so much more needs to be done in terms of improving education for this sector, in terms of improving the structures for this sector, and taking time out to study it, taking time out to show the young people who are trying to go into this space what it's all about. We think it's a great contribution towards building a stronger industry. This really is why we decided to do this.
AI can only make improvements to the lives of our creatives. AI is data, it is analysis, it is efficiency. It's able to speed up processes, it's able to clean things up in such a way that it can actually improve the flow of money, the monetization of content back to the creators where it truly needs to be.
How do I use AI? That's one thing people need to understand. When they're able to like fine-tune that aspect of how to use AI for fashion, how to use AI for marketing, how to use AI for production, how to use AI for either media or whatever, people will be able to cue into it, because whatsoever you don't know, have an idea about how beneficial these things can be to me, you probably just ignore it and get slept on.
So you see a lot of AI-generated Afrobeats theme music or bass music, and even if not Afrobeats core, Afrofusion. So maybe fusing Afrobeat to like R&B more from any part of the world. So it won't just be Nigerians anymore or South Africans or Ghanaians. It'll be like anybody. Could from some person from, I don't know, Switzerland will probably be generating as well. So that's what I see. I can't tell you what platforms are going to exist because I can't see into the future, but it will be more common, and I feel like we'd have made our peace with it. How can artists protect themselves in the AI-dominated landscape? Well, to be honest, just lawyer up. Always lawyer up. Have an entertainment lawyer who's knowledgeable about the space and about IP and IP laws and protection, basically. And those will be the best people to advise in any situation.
The event reached a gratifying resolution with the closing remarks from the convener of the conference, Mr. Joseph Abiagom, reflecting on the theme and conversations from the conference, thanking all panelists and guests for their presence. Norma Obuna, reporting for Business Day Television.
The Nigeria Investment Promotion Commission is an agency of the federal government of Nigeria established to encourage, promote, and coordinate investment in the country. NIPC role is designed to proactively promote Nigeria as an investment haven to further stimulate foreign direct investment to aid national development. Our crew in Abuja visited the agency's office and had an exclusive interview with the Executive Secretary and Chief Executive Officer of the agency. Take a listen.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for deeming it fit or deeming me fit to be interviewed by your eminent self. I don't take it lightly. As you said, there are many different agencies, probably about 400 to 500 government agencies. So if I'm one of the chosen ones, it's a privilege. And similarly, it's a privilege to be also able to serve in this capacity, because when I first came here, I told the people that there are probably 20, 30 million Nigerians who could do this job. But God in his infinite wisdom through Mr. President has deemed it fit to appoint me. And so I don't take it lightly. I'm a lawyer with about 33, 34 years of experience as a corporate commercial lawyer. And that's what I was doing before I came into this job. I've had the privilege of working in Nigeria and also in the US, where I did not just law as well, but also business consulting for US companies doing business in Africa. So to some extent, those few years that I spent as on a sabbatical from law have helped shape me. I am a lawyer with a master's in law and also a postgraduate diploma in organizational leadership from prestigious Oxford University. And so coming into this position in October 2023 was a real eye-opener for me, because it was my first real substantial foray into government and seeing how government works from the inside. But when people ask me why I left corporate legal practice to come and do this position, I said, well, we can't all be critics of government. We must all roll up our sleeves. Nigeria belongs to all of us. We must all do our best to be able to contribute our quota and to see how we can help to transform things. We can't just sit and complain. We have to bring private sector practice and use public sector institutions to see how we can effect change. So that's why I'm here. Thank you. And like you said, we have a very robust law, piece of legislation that set us up in 1995, even though the commission itself didn't start full operations, I think, until 1999. Standing on the shoulders of people like Engineer Mustafa Bello, who is here, who is an institution in himself here, I think the core staff that were engaged from the beginning, they put a lot of effort into training them. Because, of course, investment promotion is not something that you go and study in university. It's something that you are trained to then, become an investment promotion officer. I guess to some extent there's a marketing angle as well. But I think he laid the foundation. He laid a very solid foundation in terms of the structure of the place and some of the pioneer staff. I'm grateful for him and those that have gone, that have come on since then. It did suffer some challenges because, of course, like some of the things that we have seen, some systems and processes became dated, and I don't think that the organization kept up as quickly and as rapidly as it should have done. So because times have changed and things have moved very rapidly. So human capacity development is something that's very important, and I think that as time has gone on, due to limited resources and perhaps not conflicting, but maybe diluted interest areas or government priorities, it suffered from some of those setbacks. But like I said, when the foundation is solid, it's very easy to build on it. And that's what I'm trying to do, to rebuild. So, like I said, when I started, when I collapsed my own boutique practice into this bigger law firm that has now grown into this Pan-African law firm, we had a vision where we were going to become the leading law firm across the continent. Okay, similarly, what I've done is I've transplanted those visions that I had and the methods that I used in building this law firm, I've transplanted them into this organization, which means that, first of all, you have to start with your people. If your people are not happy, if they're not properly remunerated, if they're not properly trained, if they're not, they cannot deliver your vision for you. Because if, for example, I use an analogy, if I'm an architect and I put up fancy designs and drawings and whatever, if I don't have the right builders, the right welders, that vision is only on paper. So human capacity development, training, welfare, very important. And that's what I started with, because I realized that there were people here who have institutional memory, who have capacity, but who may not necessarily have had the opportunity to be able to deliver. So working with those people, training up the younger ones who were not necessarily exposed to the same experiences as the older ones. So just trying to have this healthy mix, bringing in public service, institutional memory and processes with private practice, with my own experience from private practice, to have this healthy blend. So trying to professionalize the institution. Of course, like I said, growing a law firm, trying to make it a Pan-African law firm, there is absolutely no reason why the NIPC, being the investment promotion agency for the country, cannot be the leading investment promotion agency across the continent. Across the African continent. Nigeria has everything.
So, but where are we? Why is Nigeria?
We're not where we're supposed to be.
So which number are we?
I don't like to use numbers because
but where do you place this country so that we would see that, look, you are taking this institution from here to here.
Yeah.
And you are telling Nigerians, this is what I'm doing. And which is a very good news.
You know, thankfully, we have a clear, this administration has a clear agenda of what it's trying to achieve with the Renewed Hope agenda. So what we are doing is we are reconfiguring.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
On March 29, 2024, Nigerian banks were set on a journey to recapitalization. For those with an international banking license to raise their share capital and premium to around 500 billion, for those with a national banking license, 200 billion, and for those with a regional banking license, 50 billion. As of today, 3 banks have hit that target: Access, Zenith, and EcoBank Transnational Incorporated. So onto the show today, we are going to be looking at the race to the new capital. We have till April 2026. Welcome to Economy and Market on BDTV, where we give you a comprehensive breakdown of market and economic activities. I'm your host, David Olujimi. In our last report on Business Day, we noted that banks needed to raise 2.47 trillion to hit their target. We have about 26 commercial banks in the country. As it stands, Zenith and Access Bank have hit their target, taking their minimum paid-up share capital to 621 billion and 603 billion respectively. However, we've got some serious capital to be raised, either from the equities market or from private placement, essentially. A breakdown shows that we still have FCMB needing to raise 230 billion to finance or to continue their international banking operations. Fidelity has 994 billion naira to help them continue their international, considering the fact that they have a branch in the UK. GTCO Holdings has about 8 or 9 international subsidiaries. They need to raise 152 billion. First Holdco, that is the group containing First Bank, essentially First Bank needs to raise 99 billion, and UBA with 20 African subsidiaries needs to raise 145 billion. These figures are just for the banks with the international license. Essentially a review of the tier 2 and tier 3 banks. Now we begin to talk about banks like Stanbic, Wema, what do we have now? We have Globus, we have Premium Trust, Jaiz, and the likes. They show that we will be seeing some serious recapitalization action this year heading into next year. However, we are already in the middle of 2025. Citibank, for example, needs to raise a whopping 186 billion for them to be able to sustain their national banking license. Unity and Providus is coming up with a merger that would require them to raise around 442 billion, while newer banks like Premium Trust and Globus Bank will need to raise 174 and 154 billion respectively. On the show this morning, we are having Professor Segun Ajibola, who is a professor of economics at the Babcock University and the past president of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, who will be discussing on the feasibility and the impact of the mounting pressure on the banking community. Good morning, Professor. He's an aficionado of banking and finance Nigeria. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Yes, it's very nice to have you on the show this morning. So we'll be getting started right away. So what's your take on the recapitalization that has been done so far? We've seen banks raise over 2 trillion naira. Access Bank has been the biggest raiser so far. What are the lessons so far we have been learning?
Yes, thank you, moderator. It conveys just one major message, that the environment has a lot of respect, a lot of trust for the banking industry. It also shows that banking as an investment outlet has been so profitable in terms of returns, in terms of stability, and in terms of the capacity to manage risk. That is what has been demonstrated by investors across the various strata, the low, the middle, the top level investors in banking industry. So that has helped the banks mentioned and others that are still in the market to garner such money. You know, banking thrives on trust.
Yes.
For any individual to be a stakeholder in that industry, be you a shareholder, be you a depositor, be you a creditor, you must develop certain level of trust because it's service. Banks sell intangibilities. So it's not that it's a product you want to find out how effective it is. It's different from Omo. It's different from a bottle of Coke. So you must have trust in that system, that is the Nigerian system, then in the financial system, then in the individual banks, the capacity to manage resources. All these combined must be positive to influence your decision and desire to invest. So that has played out very well in our own environment as of today.
Okay, so what factors do you think have enabled a crowding out for other sectors? Okay, now the question I want to ask is something relating to what you have just said. How do you see investors responding to capital raising initiatives? This year, we may see not just banks going to the market to raise funds, considering the high cost of funds. Last year, we saw our brewers, we saw international breweries, Nigerian breweries go to the market to raise funds. This year we've heard champion breweries say they want to go to the market to raise funds so that they can meet up their free float requirement, and also raise funds for some of their operations. We may be seeing investors looking at the market. Do you think it is safe, or is it wise now that other sectors are going to also compete with banks for some of these not so accessible resources? Is it a smart move from other non-banking companies right now?
No, let's dimension it too.
Okay.
You know, those who are investing in the shares of banks.
Yes.
That's one type of investment. You are investing in the capital market. There are some of the names where maybe we might have mentioned here that we may not necessarily mention, that are also approaching the market to raise working capital by way of commercial papers, by way of short-term loans, and so on. That's a different segment of the market. So those who want to invest in short-term options, they will go to that kind of market. So somebody raising a commercial paper for 90 days, for 160 days. If I'm investing there, I know that in 90 days, in 180 days, I have the opportunity of reassessing my investment options. It's different from somebody who is investing in Access Bank.
So, sir, I'm even looking at it from the perspective of some of them who are going for right issues, like champion breweries say they want to do a right issue. International breweries too did a right issue. Nigerian breweries did a right issue. They raised significant, like 500 billion naira last year and things like that. Some other companies too are looking at that space and saying this is a non-interest funding that they can raise for themselves. Do you think it's a smart move for them to begin to head in that direction while the banks are also heading in that direction?
Why not? And you know also that the multivarious investors, some of them also have international investors, like some of the names you mentioned, they are multinationals.
Yes.
So investment will also flow into the country. from the foreign shareholders.
Yes.
So some of them will not rely exclusively on this local environment, the local economy, to raise funds. They have the capacity to raise funds from here and there. And even for some of the investors we are talking about, one major issue in investment of this nature is your ability to diversify. So an average investor will also not just be looking at the banking industry alone. You want to be in telecommunication. Like when MTN raised their capital the other time. You want to be in food and beverages, like Nigerian Brewery, like Guinness. You want to be in other sectors, construction, iron and steel, and coal. So an average investor is also looking for a portfolio that will contain a number of outlets so that there is no over-concentration in one particular sector. As profitable as banking industry has been, we've seen crises.
Yes.
We've seen investors losing money. We've seen shareholders losing money. So no investor, an average investor, will also not want to put all his eggs in one basket. So other sectors of the economy are approaching the capital market too, to raise money.
So
and an average investor who wants to diversify.
So because of time, I want to ask this question quickly. We have, you have been in this banking space for years. I probably say decades, because I've gone through your profile. I've seen that you've been around for quite a while. You've seen different stages of capitalization, recapitalization exercises. You've been in you've seen banks come and go, essentially. Now we have these tier 2 and tier 3 banks, just the way we used to have them in the past. The way we used to have smaller banks that will go on to merge during the recapitalization. So we are at that stage once again. Nigerians probably just know, very familiar with maybe 10 out of the 26 banks we have. We have Premium Trust, we have Globus, we have Nova Bank, we have banks that have transitioned from merchant banks into commercial banks. And we are not hearing a lot from them as regards this recapitalization thing. So some of them have capital base of 18 billion, 14 billion, 25 billion, 26 billion. What are the challenges that they would most likely face? And one thing is, most of them are not listed, or majority of them, 90% of them are not listed. So what are some of the challenges that you think these banks will face in meeting the recapitalization requirements?
That's a challenge because the shareholding is restricted. Some by choice, some by operation of law. If you are not a PSC, you can't go to the open market to raise money. You are aware of that.
Yes.
So you are restricted to your private shareholders. So maybe some of them will consider change of status.
Okay.
Maybe some of them will
national
consider
to regional banks.
Exactly the option of mergers and acquisition, which at times is a problem. You see, in 2004, 2005, one of the problems that emerged from this exercise then was the fact that some of the banks then had the problem of culture, problem of what you can call a compatibility.
Compatibility, yes, a compatibility issue.
In terms of culture, in terms of ability,
yes,
to mingle together. So that may be an issue when considering the options available to these banks. Do we merge? Do we acquire? Are we going to flow together? Are we not going to be strange bedfellows? Are we not going to be struggling with somebody whose culture, whose orientation, whose level of discipline, whose corporate governance practices are far, far different from ours in 2005, and contributed to some of the problems that we saw in 2008, 2009. And there are some smaller banks with excellent culture, the lending culture, corporate governance practices, discipline, orientation, and so. that an environment like ours should not lose because of what they represent in the industry, because of the undiluted kind of professional ethics and professional ethics and code of conduct that they have. So, to me, I think I will still plead with those banks to do everything possible to remain in the system, to retain their status. And if merger, acquisition, whatever, becomes the last option, to be wary of how they go about it, not just out of desperation to fulfill all righteousness. The problem that will emerge later will be much more than what they are trying to manage today. So banks that cannot meet national, they stay as regional. Subsequently, when they have the capacity, they can go back to where they are coming from. Banks, like you said, that are still struggling with 25 billion, 20 billion as of today, and diversify their shareholding outlets.
Structure. Yes.
Invite more and more from within and from outside, and be able to meet. It pays the system better, it pays the economy better if we have some of these institutions with a impeccable corporate culture to still remain with us. I, as a banker, I will prefer that option. There are some names I won't want us to miss in the industry, as we did in 2004, 2005, when some of the banks, smaller banks, they were leading institutions in terms of being touch bearer in the area of ethics and professionalism, in the area of capacity, human capital development, and so on and so on. We lost some of those names in 2004, 2005. That is something we should do everything possible to avoid this time around.
Okay.
So it's not an appeal to those banks to do everything possible to retain their identity so that they'll be able to maintain their culture, their discipline, their corporate governance structure, and co.
Okay. One last question I have, sir, is about how the recapitalization is going to affect the broader economy, especially in terms of lending capacity and financial stability. How do you think this is going to play out for basically the entire economy? Like, we are going to be seeing, we're seeing quite a bit more market activity going on since the recapitalization thing has happened. Now our market capitalization in the NGX is heading as at yesterday closed at 70.9 trillion. Maybe today we're going to see it enter 71 trillion, but it's pushing more, jerking more towards the 100 trillion naira mark, almost a golden mark. How do you think it's going to play out, especially for the economy? Is it increasing the lending capacity of the banks? Is it leading to more rigid and more rigorous banks? Or what was your take, sir? Especially considering your experience with previous recapitalization exercises.
Yes, one of the reasons for recapitalization is to increase the bank's capacity to help the economy. And there's a very strong nexus between the state of health of the financial system and the state of health of the economy as a whole. When the banking industry has the capacity, that capacity will be transferred to the economy as a whole in the area of lending and other ancillary functions. Now, when we are talking about the level of capitalization, do not forget, at the international scene, everything is reduced to dollar.
Yes.
The level of capitalization as at 2002 convert to dollar figures as at that time. Then the same level of capitalization convert to dollar figure as at today. You will know the difference. And that will affect the international ratings of our banks. It will affect their capacity to handle transactions, especially dollarized transactions that are denominated in foreign currencies. So for them to be able to handle, first of all, the level of transactions, the quantum of transactions they used to handle 2021, 2022, 2020 thereabout, they need to raise the level of capitalization by that percentage of the decline.
Okay.
The value of the currency, the value of the capitalization in dollar terms. That will bring them to par where they were some years back. So for the economy to now grow, not just in naira terms, but like I said, because so many institutions compare the size of our economy in terms of a dollar, not in terms of naira.
Yes.
So for your International Monetary Fund, for the World Bank, for our trading partners, for our credit, for our creditor nation, we as a debtor nation, for international financial institutions, for them to be able to rate our bank and rate our economy, we need to raise our capacity in terms of the value of bank capitalization, the value of the transaction they can handle, not in naira terms, but in dollar terms. So that's one of the major reasons why we are having this recapitalization exercise.
Okay.
Importers will import in dollar. So irrespective of how much we are putting in naira terms, we still have to come back to that question. What capacity do we have to handle this volume of transactions in dollar terms? So that is one of the major reasons why banks need to recapitalize to be able to meet the level and the volume of transactions they used to handle, and much more, because the economy itself is growing.
Yes, sir.
So they also need to grow. Even in dollar terms, they need to grow the level of their capitalization. So as of today, that capitalization level had gone down by reason of the devaluation, the value of our local currency, naira.
Okay. Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you so much, sir. That's all we can take on economy and market this morning. Thank you so much, Professor Segun Ajibola, for being with us this morning. It's been a lovely discussion we've been having this morning. Have a lovely morning, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
To our viewers, thank you for being with us on BDTV on economy and markets. We'll be back on Friday. Have a lovely morning. This is your host, David Origini.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
The Pan Atlantic University brought together industry experts, creators, students, and changemakers in the music industry at the Lagos Business School for the second edition of its SMC Music Business Conference, themed Leveraging AI for Growth, Opportunity, and Sustainability in the Music Industry on the 30th of May 2025. The conference commenced with a welcome address from the Pan Atlantic University School of Media and Communications Dean, Dr. Ikechukwu Ubiaya, where he pointed out the possibilities of AI and how we can capitalize on it to inspire growth in the music industry.
Welcome, and I do hope you have a fantastic day in the music conference of this year. Thank you.
He also used this opportunity to launch the book, a compilation of papers written on the last Music Business Conference. The event proceeded with a keynote speech from Mr. Munyirati Chaneta, Managing Director Africa, Empire Publishing, which addressed the impact of AI in the evolution of music rights management.
AI is not here to kill music. It's here to test us. It's here to challenge us. And maybe it's here to help us. Today, we'll explore what AI really is, why music has always feared innovation, and what's broken in our industry, especially in Africa, and how AI might just be the tool that can help fix it.
The conference featured informative panel sessions with a plethora of reputable speakers and a master class, which was able to expatiate on the ethics of AI in music.
Or if I want to mix and master and check my parameters, I could also use like certain metering. There are AI metering devices as well, where you can check your loudness, your peaking and all that. So like I can essentially start my workflow and end my workflow without doing anything myself.
How do I analyze all the data to know where the audiences are, where the people that will sell the tickets are? Smart advertising. How do I know where to spend my advertising money? If you don't do it, you just wouldn't be as efficient as everybody else. You wouldn't make as much revenue per naira spent, and you would just get weeded out. And you would see that evolution in the last 10, 20, 30, 40 years in the music business, where there might have been companies that were at the top, and then other companies took over, record labels that were at the top, other record labels took over, and it's not just a local thing. So I think make it available, like you said, teach people, do all these awareness things. Like this panel, for example, will probably bring AI. Everybody might have heard of it, but they might have not thought about it in a different way.
The conference provided a platform for knowledge exchange and forward-thinking conversations which covered accepting AI as a tool that had come to erase excuses instead of a threat to the music business. Each session ended with an opportunity for attendees to share their questions and opinions with the panelists. Some of the attendees and panelists also shared their submissions and takeaways from the event.
It has always been our goal to do more in the different sectors. And so this opportunity we saw as a golden one, the opportunity.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Hello and good afternoon. Welcome to the BDTV News at Noon. I am Norma Obwona. It's good to have you this lovely afternoon, but let's see what's making the headlines. Stocks gained 253 billion naira as buy-side activities persist on NGX. Rivers administrator appoints 11 new perm secs. Suspended Governor Fubara visits President Tinubu in Lagos. We will end malaria in the next 20 years in Nigeria, says Bill Gates. Rejecting England changed my career, says Lukman. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the country's equities market has garnered 253 million naira on Tuesday, May 23rd, as investors continued to cherry-pick value stocks ahead of half-year portfolio rebalancing. According to reports, the market rose by 0.36% at the close of trading. Major market advances include SFS rate rising from 206 naira to 226.60 kobo, while IMG rose from 33.65 naira to 37 naira, up by 9.96%. Honeywell flour mills was up from 20 naira, to 22 naira, rising by 10%, while the share price of SCOA also moved up remarkably by 4.90 naira to 5.39 naira, adding 49 kobo. And now moving on, the Rivers State Sole Administrator Vice Admiral Ibok Ete Ibas has appointed 11 new permanent secretaries as contained in a special government announcement issued on Port Harcourt on Tuesday. The three-paragraph statement was signed by the acting head of service Rivers State, Mrs. Iyingi Brown, and the newly appointed permanent secretaries would be sworn in by the sole administrator on a date to be made known. They include Ima Oyani Rosalind Ephraim George, Dr. Mina T. Ikuru, Dabaiti Sukari George, Sobie Tien Duke Harry, Loretta Davis Dimpa, Uche R. Ideozu, Chimenum Mp, Jeremiah Egu, Nicholas Iminabo Wokoma, Vera Samdike, and Aleruchi Akani. And now to end the local news, the suspended governor of Rivers State, Siminalaye Fubara, has visited President Bola Tinubu at his home in Lagos on Tuesday, June 3rd, 2025. This visit happened less than a week after Fubara revealed that he was putting aside his pride and personal interests to bring peace back to Rivers State. According to reports, the details of what the president and Fubara discussed during their meeting has not been made public yet. And onto the foreign scene, Bill Gates, world-renowned philanthropist, has revealed that his foundation is working to end malaria in Nigeria within the next 20 years. The Microsoft co-founder and chairman of the Bill Gates Foundation revealed this shortly after being conferred with one of Nigeria's highest national honors, the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, by President Bola Tinubu in Lagos on Tuesday. Gates described the project as ambitious, assuring that it will be achieved in due time. And now to end the news, Super Eagles star Ademola Lookman has described his decision to switch international allegiance from England to Nigeria as one of the most defining choices of his football career. The 2024 CAF Africa Footballer of the Year revealed that choosing to represent Nigeria changed everything for him, both personally and professionally. In his words, it changed his career and life as he acknowledged that Nigeria is his home and happy place. And this is where we'll wrap it up this afternoon on the BDTV News at noon. I am Norma Obona. Keep watching BDTV.
So this talent management conference is a strategic gathering of CEOs, HR professionals, policymakers, and wellness advocates who are committed in different ways to building a resilient, productive people, having a primary focus on ensuring the well-being of our people.
BusinessDay Media held its Talent Management Conference on the 8th of April 2025. The conference brought together a spectacular corp of CEOs, top HR professionals, government policymakers, and wellness advocates committed to building resilient people-first organizations in Nigeria. The publisher of BusinessDay, Mr. Frank Ibogun, delivered a welcome address speaking to the theme of the occasion.
With 74% of Nigerian employees reportedly disengaged at work and productivity losses exceeding billions of dollars annually, the urgency to rethink talent management in our organizations has never been greater. This conference serves as a vital platform to explore how aligning employee well-being with organizational goals can unlock untapped profitability and, of course, long-term competitiveness. From practical wellness initiatives to engagement-driven leadership models, this event offers actionable insights to Nigerian businesses ready to future-proof their organization's workforce.
As the event proceeded, the keynote address was given by Professor Akin Abayomi, Honorable Commissioner of the Lagos State Ministry of Health, who made emphasis on employee well-being, health, among other critical areas of well-being.
Your health as an employee, we have to make sure that you are a healthy person and that you're in a fit state to make the contribution for which you've been engaged to do. But at the same time, we don't want the workspace to contribute negatively to your health and well-being. And so the workspace is a complex environment from the moment you leave your home till the moment you get to your office, if you are doing a physical job, or if you are in a virtual space, that connectivity is important. So we look at even issues around commuting, transportation. How do you get to work? When you get to work, what is the comfort level of your work environment? What is the government doing in terms of policy around occupational health? What is the government doing about recreational spaces around your work environment? Do you have to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to get to work? And then you are dredging the fact that as you knock off, you're going to be spending another 2 or 3 hours commuting to get back home. So government's role is very holistic. Our job as government is to improve the livability of a system, of a city, to ensure that when you are in the space of a city, whether you're living with your family or you're working or you're commuting, that it is easy for you to be in that environment.
The conference featured informative panel sessions with an array of reputable speakers.
Wellness is encompassing. Wellness is very personal. I can't build a wellness initiative for you. You have to build it with me. And that's why we use what we call the EIP approach, employee involvement and participation. This comes with our 4 phases. And the first phase is we will have what we call the wellness risk assessment. I want to know what is about your health life, your financial disposition, what is your psychological state. And so we develop an evaluation tool that enables us to gather that data. Then we don't stop at that data, we probe further. So we come up with an holistic survey, and the survey covers all the total well-being of our employees. And we ask simple questions like, do you have a best friend at work? Because it matters. The emotional state of an employee matters. The social strata of an employee matters. And that helps us to build the initiatives. So we just don't stop at building, then we measure. Just like Menga said, it's very important. We have what we call wellness goals. So you start with your individualized wellness goal, which will not put together.
I'll come to measurements.
To measurements. And so, so it's very important. And finally, wellness is beyond initiative. Wellness is a culture. So we weave it into our daily lives. We have things like you have daily stretches on your desk. We have Wednesday wellness tips that we tell you, communication about wellness. We let you know what is going on within the public space. So thank you to our Honorable Commissioner. It's nice having you here, sir. So as you push out this information, and I think more information needs to go out to HR people so they can get the people aware what's going on out there. Because everybody needs wellness education. And you need to know that wellness just is beyond health. Is also financial. So when Otame was talking about how is our paycheck, I can probably say our paycheck is good because it's part of the strategy of the organization. Because if you don't have your people have that sense of wellness, sense of well-being, that platform to be the best of themselves, then how will you be productive?
So one of the things that I've found personally in relating with, I call them my colleagues. So, is I found that, every now and again, I just have non-work conversations. So, in fact, the very first time I did it, it came as like, it was like a shock. Everybody was like, what's going on? But I just had, because over time, maybe I've asked some information, your parents, your siblings, blah, blah, blah. So I just then ask personal, direct questions, how is your sister? I know she's in school. You guys lost your mom. How is she feeling? How is she handling? You are not in the country. And I'm just giving real life examples of some of the things that have happened and just having those conversations. And I could tell that, you could literally see some of their shoulders. It was like a weight just drop because they're like, oh, wow. So somebody sees me aside from just having to fulfill a role. So that was one of the ways that, because I realized that, sometimes we could ask for feedback, but then this feedback comes and then it's like, it's just for information purposes. It's just to be able to say we gather data and nothing actually happens after that. So having those kind of conversations, non-work conversations, was one of the ways that I found was really engaging for the employees, because then after that, what they're then able to do is if they're having challenges in work, if they're having challenges outside of work, it's easy for them to then come and say, this is what is going on, how can we help? What can we do? Or can I take this? Or can I do this? And so that conversation is then easier to have because there's been, because I have then initiated conversations that have been non-work related.
The conference provided a vital platform to explore how aligning employees' mental, emotional, and physical well-being with organizational roles can unlock untapped profitability, productivity, long-term competitiveness in order to make the employees and Nigerian businesses stay connected and ready to future-proof their workforce. Some of the speakers and attendees present also shared key insights gained from the conference and thoughts on how to improve the well-being and engagement of the employees.
An enhanced leadership mindset really focused on driving the right level or an increasing level of employee engagement in order to boost profitability.
I learned a lot. And you're from BusinessDay, right?
Yes.
I hope you're going to keep doing this.
Okay.
Please do.
Okay. So
It was very, yes, it was very insightful. It was very insightful. I saw different angles to things that you can do. You need to see my phone. I'm very electronic. I don't carry the book. So my notes for today alone, I've taken down a lot of tips, things we can improve on because nobody's perfect. So it was very insightful. I'm walking out of here with a lot of motivation. I have 5 people in my team. Everybody's busy. I had to pull someone out and say, please come here. You just come and listen to what is happening here. And she got here on time and she's going to do a presentation to the wider team on Friday. And Friday is when we have our own departmental meeting. So it was very insightful. Thank you very much, BusinessDay. Please keep doing it.
Yeah, it's been an interesting conference. Had great panel speakers, really great panelists. We do a very fantastic job at Blue Ball Financials today, but what I've heard from a lot of other people shows that there's still some more great work we can do, right? In terms of engagement, in terms of aligning employee welfare with productivity and translating that into profitability, in terms of the keenness in which we engage staff and ensure that they are fully and consistently engaged so that they can be productive, not out of force, right? But because it just flows naturally. In terms of creating enabling environments, I got a lot of insights, insights on being free to be, making it easy to be vulnerable, right, around people so they don't think you're a superwoman, they can do everything, right? That was really interesting. That's a nice concept which I intend to employ going forward.
So I've been able to learn from other participants. So I've been able to learn how they are able to create different engagement activities to make the people's life meaningful at the workplaces. So it has actually been a very learning process for me. Aside being a panelist, I've also been able to learn from other other people, how they are able to involve the employees in the workplace. And I've been able to write a whole lot and hoping to include that in my company where I work.
The major thing from all the panelists is very clear that employee well-being is at the forefront of every organization, and it goes way beyond the profitability. So organizations are now looking for ways that they can keep their employees engaged, so that they can be able to achieve the bottom line, which is profits, generate revenue and all of that. So I feel that from these discussions, you can tell that organizations are being intentional about coming up with different employee employee wellness strategy in terms of how they can keep their employees engaged, how they can reduce turnover, and how they can make their employees ambassadors of even their own organization.
In closing, the editor of Business Day, Tayo Fabwole, charged the audience to keep reflecting on the conversations from the conference, reiterating Business Day's commitment to keep reporting and championing these conversations. Norma Obona for Business Day Television.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
The Nigeria Investment Promotion Commission is an agency of the federal government of Nigeria established to encourage, promote, and coordinate investment in the country. NIPC role is designed to proactively promote Nigeria as an investment haven to further stimulate foreign direct investment to aid national development. Our crew in Abuja visited the agency's office and had an exclusive interview with the Executive Secretary and Chief Executive Officer of the agency. Take a listen.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for deeming me fit to be interviewed by your eminent self. I don't take it lightly. As you said, there are many different agencies, probably about 400 to 500 government agencies. So if I'm one of the chosen ones, it's a privilege. And similarly, it's a privilege to be also able to serve in this capacity, because when I first came here, I told the people that there are probably 20, 30 million Nigerians who could do this job. But God in his infinite wisdom through Mr. President has deemed it fit to appoint me. And so I don't take it lightly. I'm a lawyer with about 33, 34 years of experience as a corporate commercial lawyer. And that's what I was doing before I came into this job. I've had the privilege of working in Nigeria and also in the US, where I did not just law as well, but also business consulting for US companies doing business in Africa. So to some extent, those few years that I spent as on a sabbatical from law have helped shape me. I am a lawyer with a master's in law and also a postgraduate diploma in organizational leadership from prestigious Oxford University. And so coming into this position in October 2023 was a real eye-opener for me, because it was my first real substantial foray into government and seeing how government works from the inside. But when people ask me why I left corporate legal practice to come and do this position, I said, well, we can't all be critics of government. We must all roll up our sleeves. Nigeria belongs to all of us. We must all do our best to be able to contribute our quota and to see how we can help to transform things. We can't just sit and complain. We have to bring private sector practice and use public sector institutions to see how we can effect change. So that's why I'm here. Thank you. And like you said, we have a very robust law, piece of legislation that set us up in 1995, even though the commission itself didn't start full operations, I think, until 1999. standing on the shoulders of people like Engineer Mustafa Bello, who is here, who is an institution in himself here. I think the core staff that were engaged from the beginning, they put a lot of effort into training them. Because, of course, investment promotion is not something that you go and study in university. It's something that you are trained to then, become an investment promotion officer. I guess to some extent there's a marketing angle as well. But I think he laid the foundation. He laid a very solid foundation in terms of the structure of the place and some of the pioneer staff. I'm grateful for him and those that have gone, that have come on since then. It did suffer some challenges because, of course, like some of the things that we have seen, some systems and processes became dated, and I don't think that the organization kept up as quickly and as rapidly as it should have done. So because times have changed and things have moved very rapidly. So human capacity development is something that's very important, and I think that as time has gone on, due to limited resources and perhaps not conflicting, but maybe diluted interest areas, well, government priorities, it suffered from some of those setbacks. But like I said, when the foundation is solid, it's very easy to build on it. And that's what I'm trying to do, to rebuild. So, like I said, when I started, when I collapsed my own boutique practice into this bigger law firm that has now grown into this Pan-African law firm, we had a vision where we were going to become the leading law firm across the continent. Okay, similarly, what I've done is I've transplanted those visions that I had and the methods that I used in building this law firm, I've transplanted them into this organization, which means that, first of all, you have to start with your people. If your people are not happy, if they're not properly remunerated, if they're not properly trained, if they're not, they cannot deliver your vision for you. Because if, for example, I use an analogy, if I'm an architect and I put up fancy designs and drawings and whatever, if I don't have the right builders, the right welders, that vision is only on paper. So human capacity development, training, welfare, very important. And that's what I started with, because I realized that there were people here who have institutional memory, who have capacity, but who may not necessarily have had the opportunity to be able to deliver. So working with those people, training up the younger ones who were not necessarily exposed to the same experiences as the older ones. So just trying to have this healthy mix, bringing in public service, institutional memory and processes with private practice, with my own experience from private practice, to have this healthy blend. So trying to professionalize the institution. Of course, like I said, growing a law firm, trying to make it a Pan-African law firm, there is absolutely no reason why the NIPC, being the investment promotion agency for the country, cannot be the leading investment promotion agency across the continent. Across the African continent. Nigeria has everything.
So, but where are we? Why is Nigeria?
We're not where we're supposed to be.
So which number are we?
I don't like to use numbers because
but where do you place this country so that we would see that, look, you are taking this institution from here to here. Yeah. And you are telling Nigerians, this is what I'm doing. And which is a very good news.
Thankfully, we have a clear, this administration has a clear agenda of what it's trying to achieve with the Renewed Hope agenda. So what we are doing is we are reconfiguring ourselves to tie into that agenda.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to Inside Politics. My name is Inyobong Iwok. This week we'll be paying attention to the coalition being led by Atiku Abubakar. The plot by opposition politicians to form a united front to challenge President Bola Tinubu's re-elections appear to be gaining steam in recent weeks as the race toward the 2027 general election begins. Led by Atiku Abubakar, the People's Democratic Party (PDP) presidential candidate in 2023 general election, Nasir El-Rufai, former Kaduna State Governor, Peter Obi, presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 general election, the opposition leaders have promised to give the ruling APC a run for its money and change the political narrative in 2027. But with the two leading opposition parties, the PDP and the AP, emerged in crisis, it is not clear which political platform the coalition plan to use to contest the general election. Joining us on Inside Politics today to discuss the coalition and also assess President Tinubu's 2 years in office is Fabi Oladimeji. Oladimeji is a close ally of Atiku and served as the director of support groups for the PDP Presidential Campaign Council in 2023. Good afternoon, sir, and welcome to Inside Politics.
My brother, thank you. Good afternoon. It's good to be here with you.
Good to see you. It's been a while. A lot of Nigerians have been maybe anxious to know what the coalition, how they are going to challenge the APC, how they are being formed. We have been hearing so many stories of leaders coming together. We saw the summit the group had, Northern Politician had last week in Abuja. But I think the question a lot of people want to, if they see you personally in the street of Lagos or Abuja or anywhere in the country, will be, what state is the coalition now? In terms of planning.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, one, for bringing me, and thank you, listeners. First, I'd like to say that the need for coalition didn't just come up from the blues. It was after careful assessment of the current state of the nation, the current state of governance, and then what the APC government has been doing in the last 2 years. Leaders of thought felt they need to come together and see how they can actually step in, how they can rescue this country, how they can redeem the country, because of the belief that the country is not faring better, it's not faring well. And no thanks to the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who came with the package and said he was a master, he did it in Lagos. And at that time, we told them he did nothing in Lagos. We knew the number of projects he did in 8 years. We knew how Lagos was made dry. We told them that, but all those, that's the history. And we'll see what is happening now. Because some of us then believed that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, then as a candidate, did not prepare for leadership, he didn't prepare for governance. It may have been his long life ambition, but he didn't prepare for it. So these people, these leaders came together and felt, no, this is about this country. The coalition is not about Atiku. It's not about El-Rufai. It's not about Peter Obi. It's about the need to rescue and redeem this country. It's about the need to reset the order. That's why they have come together. And then I can tell you they are doing a lot for the sake of this country to ensure that the country is recovered from the hands of people who are not prepared for governance, who are not prepared for leadership. So that's exactly what they're doing. So far, so good. They've been able to achieve a lot of milestones that I'm not authorized to speak, on the television. But in due course, everybody who has asked him or herself that am I better off now than 2 years ago, and if the answer is affirmatively no, they should wait for coalition. But if you feel that you are better off in the last today than 2 years ago, then you can continue to follow them. So we're appealing to Nigerians that the coalition has come to stay, that the coalition is a question of purpose, and the purpose is how to recover the country for the Nigerian people, how to reset the order for the Nigerian people. It's about Nigerian people. And these people that are driving it understand this very much. They are not coming to government because they want to feed their stomach. Everybody knows who Atiku Abubakar is. Everybody knows who Erufai Peter Obi is. So unlike what we are seeing in APC, in fact, those who are joining there is because of what the building can get, their stomach and everything. So in one shot, coalition has come to stay, is coming up. A lot of things is being done, is at 90%, completion. As soon as possible, they will come up with a decision they have taken and how they are going to go.
The opposition parties are in disarray. What platform are you using? The PDP is in emerging crisis. You say you want to move to SDP. The APC have infiltrated the party. What platform are you using to actualize this ambition? Is it the ADC? A lot of people are afraid that the ADC too, the APC have actually infiltrated that ADC too.
I want to implore them to be patient. Those who are driving the coalition process know what they are doing, and in due course they will come out and announce the platform that they are going to use. Mark you, it is just now that we are seeing it the way it is, and we saw some unprincipled politicians jumping into APC because APC is the ruling government. In every election cycle, we experience this kind of thing. And if anybody tells me the opposition is in disarray, yes, opposition is in disarray because they've lost focus. They've lost the real essence of being in opposition. And we can see what's happening in PDP, where we have the likes of Minister of FCT, staying in the party and destroying the party, hiding under President Tinubu's banner to destroy his own party. Even when Obasanjo was in government, it wasn't this way. And I tell anybody who cares to listen, exactly what President Tinubu is doing now was what MPC did in First Republic that brought down MPC. It was the same thing MPN did. When MPN first came in their first time, it was MPN power. In their second term, going to election, they became MPN superpower. They became so arrogant. They were poaching into other states. And that's exactly what killed them. PDP became so arrogant at some point. And that was what brought them back. So APC is going to go down the drain too. There's no two ways to it.
The fear among some Nigerians is that you don't really have much time. 2027, if you say it's so far, it's just here. Next year, by this time, we'll be looking at the primaries. If the PDP as it is, it's appeared the party have said they don't buy into this coalition. The governors met some weeks ago and they said they don't support this coalition. If you say you want to register a new party now, you don't seem to have much time. A lot of people fear that the coalition may not be able to build a structure that may be enough to challenge APC if you decide to, because it appears that the way things are now, the coalition cannot use Labour Party, cannot use PDP with the way it's going, because the leaders of those parties, apart from the fact that those parties are in disarray, the leaders seem not to buy into this idea of coalition. So, are you not raising against time if you want to form a new party? How do you begin to build structures across the country? Would that not work against you, considering the fact you are facing
in my brother, why can't you wait? Election is 2027. Election is a process. It's not a dash speed. It's a process. And I tell you, at every point in time, INEC timetable is not yet out. So the coalition still have time to prepare whatever they want to do to go into election. They know what is at stake. So the moment, and let's INEC is not about, even INEC is not going to register any party anymore. They're not going to do that because they are following what the president wants, because the president wanted to turn Nigeria to one-party state.
Yes.
We have seen all of that. The handwriting is clear, but it's not going to work in Nigeria. It's not going to work. I just gave you cited example of what happened in the past. People don't learn from history. This was not the way they did it. Even when Obasanjo was in power, like I told you, he didn't poach on. He didn't guard the opposition like this so that he can win. He did this systematically and through electoral process. That was why Obasanjo was able to win 5 states out of 6 states in the Southwest, as some other states they did. So, as far as I'm concerned, the leaders of coalition who are well experienced when it comes to it, some of those who even brought in APC in those days were part of this one. They know what they do. They know how to do it. They know how to go about it. And let us watch and see whether they will be able to get a platform or not. But I tell you there's a platform, and that platform will be announced very soon. that every people who are so dissatisfied with this current leadership and in any case, this is not about political problem. There are other parties that are ready. If PDP say they are not ready, the governors of PDP say they are not ready for coalition, it's a problem. Let me tell you, in 2015, if Buhari and if Tinubu had not left Lagos to go and meet Buhari and other critical stakeholders that for APC won't be alive today, it won't be alive. So it wasn't about party. This one is not going to be about party. Like I do tell people, one of the mistakes again that APC is doing is that they are chasing the elites. Why the coalition are discussing and in bed and engaging the citizens? This is what we are saying. This election is not going to be determined by what the government says.
How true is it? How true is it that the coalition planners are thinking of using the ADC as a platform?
They are doing what?
How true is it that the ADC is being considered as a platform?
There are not only there are many platforms. There are many platforms that are being considered. Not just about 2, 3, 4 platforms are being considered. They've not zeroed on anyone. When anyone they eventually zeroed on, they will announce to Nigerians, and the process will begin. So nobody should feel. The only persons that I see that are jittery and that are afraid there is the APC and Tinubu, because Tinubu is sweating. He knows what these people can do. So any other person that you see talking, they're just talking from a standpoint of those who do not even have information. But Tinubu, that the thing is affecting, knows that he's sweating inside because he knows that there's a problem. And that's why you see them, they are doing to want to make sure that they first came with the narrative that it's a South-North thing. Before people told them, no, it's not about us. It is about Nigerians that are hungry. It's about Nigerians that are being killed every day. It's about the economy that is not working. It's about the poverty and hunger. And look at Global Hunger Index in 2024. Look at the report. We are number 18 in 18th position. We are being ranked along Sudan, a war-torn country. Look at the level of the debt. When Tinubu came on board, he met 43 trillion debt. Now it has gone to 146 trillion, about 150%. Then they are now asking for another loan. Look at the total of public debt. Another one, at the end of the day, all this debt will go about over 200 trillion. Where are we going with all of this? Why Nigerians are suffering? Why Nigerians are in pain? The National Assembly are living fat. They are padding the budget, putting all sort of money in the budget. All the things, everything that this government has done is to support the rich and make the poor poorer. Okay, ask them, where is the middle class now? There's no middle class. They've finished middle class. Now middle class has gone to lower class. Now when the lower class has no space again, where do they go? They die. That's what this government is doing. All the policy day in day out is just to support the rich.
Are you saying the APC is deliberately killing the opposition? What is happening? What you are saying with the opposition now?
No. What I'm saying is they are weapon. See, dealing with opposition is politics. I'm talking of Nigerians weaponizing poverty. That is what this government is doing.
We are still coming to that, but this coalition now. Some people are wondering if Atiku, we have been hearing, if you look at the dailies recent weeks, people are saying Atiku should not contest, that this is the turn of the South, that the South have to use 2 years, 8 years. And will Atiku willing to drop his ambition if this coalition coming to his form fully?
Listen, why would Atiku drop his ambition for anybody? And they have to really convince me why Atiku will drop his ambition for anyone for that matter. Why are they not telling Mr. President to drop his ambition despite his failure not to run again in 2027? Why did they tell Mr. President that? On what ground? This is the question. On what ground should Atiku drop his ambition? Is it because he doesn't have the experience? Is it because he's not capable? He's not a Nigerian? Or he ran foul of every constitutional provision? They should tell me. Is he not healthy?
People talk about his age and also that is the turn of the South.
What has age? Now the question is, what has age got to do with leadership? What has in the ladder of leadership? Hierarchy, did you see age there? Did anybody see age there? What is it? President Biden he left government. He refused. He stopped from contesting because of his health. Did Atiku have any health issue? They should go and interrogate his age. Those who are saying that are afraid. They are so scared of Atiku. They know that he will always win them. He has always won. They have always manipulated it. That is the fear. That is the sentiment. So just tell me why he should. Why he should. Just tell me. Who are you bringing that is better than Atiku? that has more experience, that has more capacity, that has what it takes, that has shown capacity that I can lead this country. They should tell me the ground why Atiku should not run. Is it running for a constitutional provision? And if Atiku is going to run, he's doing so because he's empowered by constitution to do so.
People have also talked about that. Buhari is from the north. Buhari spent 8 years. That is the turn of the south. That the south have to spend 8 years.
That is sentiment. It's fallacy. It's fallacious innuendos. Where is it written in the constitution? If you want to run, go to the field now. If you don't like Atiku, vote him out. If you don't like Tinubu, vote him out. It's as simple as that. You don't have to tell anybody to step down for anybody. In a democratic constitution, democracy guarantees freedom to contest, association freedom, and everything. So why would you not step somebody down before? Who are you stepping Atiku down for? That's the question. What does that person have that Atiku does not have? These are the questions they must tell me.
So are you saying that those people making all this statement, Atiku should not come, they are afraid of his candidacy?
They're afraid of Atiku. That is and it's being sponsored. It's a propaganda that's being sponsored by APC people. And of course, that is what Wike has been banded, and every other and all these APC people that are so scared that are failed Nigerians.
What we have been hearing, what we have also been hearing is that this election will be a battle between the north and the south. We've been seeing that the APC have been gaining road in terms of coercing governors. I mean, some governors within the south here to join the party.
Let me tell you what they did. Let me tell you what they did to the governor.
What did they do?
They kidnapped them, and the ransom for kidnapping is what they are doing.
But when you say kidnap, that is not a word to be used.
That is metaphorically. They're not as this. In the recent, they were kidnapped, and when you are kidnapped, you pay for that. You pay. Ransom is moving to APC. Let us look at this. Just hold on, please. Is the public knowledge why Okowa joined APC?
Why did he join APC?
Was invited.
We don't know. I don't know why he joined APC.
It's a public knowledge. You may claim you don't know. Okowa was recently invited by the anti-graft agency. And after that one, he came back and he said, I am going to APC. If APC, they are very sensible. Somebody that is facing anti-corruption charges, you now welcome him into your party. Does that speak anything to you, my brother, or anybody listening to us? Let us reason. This is not statement, this is not politics. You claim you are fighting corruption. Somebody is having serious corruption charges running into trillions, and that is the person you welcome into your party, and you are embracing him. You want to bring. Please, my brother, this is not sentimental. Let's just reason.
But some of those governors have said the reason why they are dumping PDP or thinking of dumping PDP is because the party is in crisis, and they cannot guarantee that they are going to win. They are going to win their state in 2027.
That is not true. That is not true. They just want to survive. All the PDP governors that are in bed with APC, you see now it has one leg in today, one leg in out. Now a lot of them wants to. Oh my goodness, they want to survive. The first-time governor wants to secure their ticket for second term. The second-time governor wants to make sure that they bring in their successor. These are all the things. This is exactly what I'm saying. That this is not about the people at all. It's about the selfish interest of these individuals. And that is why none of them will determine where 27 goes. Nigerians will determine. None of them will determine where we're going. No governor will tell us anything and will listen because it's all about them.
So what you are saying?
It's all about them.
Okay. What you are saying is that this coalition, Atiku is likely to be the candidate. Would there be a primary?
I don't know. I'm not saying that. I don't know. I'm not saying that because it's going to go through the process of all the process of there's going to be primaries. And whoever wins, every other person, because they've all signed an accord. No, they have an understanding that it's about rescue. It's not about individuals' ambition. So, and we're going to go through the whole hog of the process. So whoever wins, because that's the only way. That's the only way. Look at what they did in 2015. Atiku contested. Tinubu, Buhari contested. Kwankwaso contested. Buhari won. They supported him, and that's it. And so we're going to have a better repeat of 2015 in 2027. Go and write it down.
There are fears that
these people have pushed their individual ambition aside. They have put the nation forward. Unlike the APC, since they came into this government, they have lost focus and direction. They started campaigning for 2027 when they have not, and that's the reason they are not performing.
INEC has not even announced the election times table, but we are seeing so many electioneering activities across the country.
You see them go to Abuja Airport Road, go to Asokoro all over Abuja. You see billboard of Mr. President for 2027 in 2 years to election, and nobody is talking about that. If that has been done, you see billboard sign, but if that has been done by Peter Obi or Atiku or anybody, police would have begun to hand them down. FCT minister would have issued a statement. INEC would have issued a statement that is not being done. You journalists are not reporting it. No, this is not it. But honestly speaking, media has turned blind eyes to it, and that is it.
The media is doing it everywhere. The media is trying. If you look at them, they are trying within their limit. The fear.
I'm not saying that this is obvious. This is obvious.
The fear among Nigerians is that this correlation, personal ambition of some of these politicians may likely, if care is not taken, may likely divide the coalition ahead of 2027. Sharing opposition.
Now they should wait till then. Nobody should worry. They should wait till then. It's simple. They should wait. Whether it's going to be, you don't have to be apprehensive of what has not happened now. Why are they getting apprehensive? If it's going to, let them wait now. They still have time to decide whatever they want to do. If they say that it's not working, fine. They should wait. These are people that have resolved that this is about Nigeria, it's not about them. They should wait. And they're acting true to it.
What do this coalition have to offer? Most of the people who are making all this coalition are El-Rufai, Wike, Amechi, Atiku. These are guys who have been in public office before. Governors, they hardly did not look at poverty index in Kaduna State. It's high. Amechi did not do too much in River State also. A lot of all these politicians that were in the public who have been accused of one issues or the other. And a lot of people fear that they may not be able to. They will not offer much when they win election in 2027 and get to public office. That people should not expect much from them because they have been in public office in the past.
Well, all those ones are disputable narratives, as far as I'm concerned. It doesn't matter. So President Tinubu was not in the office in the past. What are they saying?
What I'm saying is that people are calling for a new face, a young breed politician who understand the narrative, who understand what the challenges the everyday Nigerian face in the street.
I don't know what you mean by that. That a young face is that what brings about good governance? We have seen where younger people are in power and they messed up. We can't continue to mention names. That's not what we are saying. We are talking of people who have empathy, who have capacity to lead, who have the vision, the required vision to lead the country, who have program to lead the country. Not all these people that are not. You think being a governor because you are 50 years old, that's what makes you a president, a good president? No, that is not it. It's more than that. All those are sentiments that are the fallacious innuendos that doesn't add up for someone like me. Because what makes a president is bigger than that. Nigeria is too big for somebody who is inexperienced to say how to rule because I'm young. How does that work? How does that add up for us? So is the age that they used to do it now? No.
This administration celebrated 2 years, May 29, 2 years in office. What is your assessment of some of his reform policies?
My take about all this thing is that no matter the policy you are pursuing as a government, no matter how laudable you feel it is, as long as it does not have direct impact on the people, is useless. No matter how beautiful you be, but in any case, the policy of this administration has been tilted in favor of the rich, not the poor. It's against the poor. It's against the poor. See what happened just recently. Let me give you a classical example. NIMC, NIMC, this is Nigeria Identity Management Commission.
Yes.
Just hike the price for getting what should have been basic right of Nigerian people by 75%. Increase the price for it. They now say they have VIP protocols. If you want to do that, there's something you are going to, and you are going to pay. It should have been something that easily you go to the point, you get and let it go. They get your information. Look, I'm just giving you an example. Yes. Everything this government is doing, all the policy year in, year out, in and out, is against the people. is in favor of the rich people. And we can't succeed, we can't survive as a country like that. It's not possible. It's not possible. So whatever the policy they think they have been doing, the reform they have been doing, it does not have direct impact on the people. Look at the economy, look at the inflation rate now. Inflation is about over 30%. They met it at 20-something%. And they will tell you it's not that they are not the one who made it. Why did you come into power? Well, you came because you felt you can fix it. It means you cannot fix it. Then leave the way for those who can fix it.
You are close to Atiku. Atiku also promised to remove fuel subsidy in 2020 election. During his campaign, he promised removal of fuel subsidy. Are you saying that policy was wrong, or the way it was carried out?
Every principal candidate talked about removal of fuel subsidy, but their approaches are different. Atiku said, yes, I'm going to remove it, but it's not going to be like the way APC did their own. He said it's going to be in phases. And he cited the example of what they are trying to do when he was vice president of Obasanjo. So you don't do that kind of thing. It was like that time that CBN was molding up a lot of things together, and we saw what happened to our monetary policy. So now the same thing just came and just removed it without any mitigating measures already on ground and all that. That is the essence. You floated your naira, see what it has led, where it has led us. Inflation kept increasing, see where it has led us. Food prices, everything, see where it has led us. Because they were not well thought out. They were not prepared for governance. They were never prepared for it. They just wanted to be president.
What do you think the best way this administration can tackle the spate of insecurity? The killings. We saw what happened in Benue yesterday. Every day we will hear the killings in the North Central.
That's exactly what we're saying. This government is the most disconnected government with the government. They are the most incompetent in the last 2 years they came in.
What should the government be doing to tackle insecurity? What do you expect the government to be doing tackling insecurity?
Why should I be telling them what they should be doing? They are there now. They have more information than me now. They should go and think, sit down and think outside the box in tackling the security. In fact, one of the best ways to tackle insecurity is to develop an economy. When your economy is working, insecurity will drop. And the economy is not working. So what do you expect? How do you expect? Because all of these things work together. If the economy is working, if our youth are gainfully employed, everything is okay, they have their basic things, they go into crime. A lot of them go into crime. So let us look at our education, look at the health sector, look at the way they are. And lots of money are going to all of these things year in, year out.
But the government have said some of this. You don't believe what the government said, that most of these people most of the people doing the killings in the North Central, Benue, Plateau are foreigners. You don't believe that narrative?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so. If they are foreigners, why can't you handle your border very well? That's why I said people like Atiku, because of his experience, who has manned our border, who has secured our border before, who secured Nigeria better than these people. Because Atiku has been there as the top ranked customs officer who has secured our border. So you know what to do to secure our border. If they are foreigners, how are the foreigners coming in? How are they getting ammunition they are using? How are they communicating? And you say you are the government and you don't have answers to all of this, then why are you there? Get out of the place. That's what we're saying.
What is Atiku's view on restructuring? Which is on the front border?
Atiku's view on restructuring has been is like something that is on the seat that you can even see. He talked about it. He talked about economic restructuring, geographical, political, and everything. What he wanted is, we don't need a bogus federal government. We want every state to develop at their pace. Federal government has no business, for instance. You only have business with the defense, financial regulation, and all whatnot. Federal government has no business in health. They have no business in education. If you go to states, federal government has no business in agriculture. These are the things we're talking about. Southwest has its peculiar nature. We develop it in that line, the technology, education, and all that. South, that is the oil place. Make it look like Qatar. Make it look like all this Middle East. South is industrialization and all that. So these are the things we're talking about, so that every state can develop in their own pace. Make all the money, control your resources, and pay something to the center. Now, this is what we are talking about. Now,
the former Abia State governor, the senator, Ojizo Kalu, said insecurity in the North Central and other parts of the country have been sponsored to give this administration a bad name. How do you react to what he said?
If you give us, since he has the information, if you give us the intelligence, if you release the intelligence and let us know, since he knows them, he should mention their name in public. He should tell Nigerians who is convinced with evidence that these are people that are sponsoring it. You don't have to hide. Since you have it, you want to help this country. That's what you should do. If you want to help your president, that's what you should do. Not they go on TV and be talking and not corroborate what you are saying so that people can really understand what you are saying. No, it doesn't work for me like that. Bring them out. Mention the names. Since you have evidence, mention the names. Help the country.
Finally, sir, give us a bit, how true is it Atiku is planning to work with Peter Obi as his running mate in 2027? I know you are close to Atiku. I mean, is this true? Been reported in the media. It's everywhere. I'm not saying you should deny it, but give me one or two. How true is it? I know they want to go in 2019, and you are part of that. A big part of the Atiku's team that worked with Peter Obi in 2019. Are we likely going to see that team work again?
Now let me answer you with like this. Number one, I may be close to the former vice president, the national leader and the national leader of the opposition. He has not called me to tell me he's going to run. I'm equally close to Peter Obi. He has not told me he's going to run. So I don't know why people are just jumping guns and making all sort of conjecture that are not even existing. That's number. Number two is the fact that Atiku, Peter Obi, El-Rufai, Rotimi Amechi, and a host of others, including me, were in opposition today. And the idea, the objective is all opposition must come together, drop whatever it is. Let us focus on rescuing this country. If you have not killed a rat, what do you want to share? So, as far as I know, Peter Obi, Atiku are working together to rescue this country. Peter Obi, Amechi, El-Rufai, myself, and a host of others that we cannot mention, they are all working together to redeem this country from the failed leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. That is what, as far as I know. So when you see them together, it's for a common purpose, to redeem this country.
Thank you very much.
To rescue Nigeria. You can call them any name you want to call them, but you can't take it away from them that they are passionate about rescuing this country. And by the grace of God, we are going to support them to rescue this country.
Thank you very much, Fabi Oladimeji, a close ally of Atiku Abubakar, and also he was the head of the support group Atiku campaign team 2023 general election. Thanks for being on Inside Politics. Good to have you. Yes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah. That's the program for this week. You join us Inside Politics on BDTV. Same time next week. My name is Inyo Bongiwok. Have a lovely day. Good afternoon.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
watching Business Day Television.
2 years is not too early to campaign. People just say that.
I want my children to be great.
Transportation is killing almost every one of us in Nigeria.
There is no profit in business again.
Tinubu is not the cause of Nigeria's suffering.
I did not vote for Tinubu, I will not lie.
I've heard about the student loan, but I was told it was not real.
Many have weighed in their opinions on the issues surrounding the 2 years so far with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. How far has it been? It has been 2 years. And so, we decided to get out there on the streets to talk to market women, talk to students, and also speak to some professionals who understand what leadership is. And my team, of course, had all that time that they needed. But more importantly, the question is, so far, are we feeling the brunt or are we enjoying the leadership? All these questions need to be asked so we know exactly where we are as a country. So this is how far, so far, on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's leadership in Nigeria. So let's take a look and see what and what we had to gather. We'll be right back.
That would preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So, help me God.
2 years ago, a promise of renewed hope, Bola Ahmed Tinubu stepped into Nigeria's highest office. He inherited a nation's yearning for change, grappling with complex changes and challenges. Well, today, as his administration marked its second anniversary, we asked the question, so far, and how far has Nigeria come? From bustling markets to quiet neighborhoods, the heart of Nigeria beats with a mix of expectations and experiences. So we spoke with ordinary Nigerians from the marketplace.
I will tell you to go and check all these products. All these local made, they're supposed to reduce the price. They should check where they are producing it. If it is stores that are taxing them, that is making everything to cost, they should know how to do it because all these local made supposed to benefit us. It's not important now. Why are they suffering us? Look at, you cannot, if you want to buy biscuits and before you buy this one, they will give you another one. Without that one, they will not allow you to buy your right one. Everything is just upside down. Tinubu should make things good for us. He should visit all this, especially these local goods. Because the way the thing is coming out now, we are just like selling for them. There's no profit.
I did highlight for Tinubu. Tinubu is not the cause of Nigeria's suffering, to my own perception. Because if you look it from the critical view, Nigeria has been corrupted before Tinubu climbed the seat, to my own view. Though I'm jobless for now, but it's not Tinubu's fault. This is my 14 years of graduating, but I didn't regret it. Under Lagos State, during the Tinubu regime, I've acquired many skills under his regime.
I stay in Surulere. So in the morning, my husband will come and drop me. He will come and drop me here. My going home with my son, I spend, if I do Aroro, I will spend 2,000. If I do not do Aroro, I will spend like 2,200 or 2,400. When I'm very small, it's our father that has gone out to go and hustle. But now, we women, what we are doing now, we're doing many things. We are more than men now in the house. We are the men in the house now. I want my children to be great.
To schools and universities, and of course some students. And their voices painted a vivid picture.
The impact of Tinubu for the 2 years that he's on the as the president of Nigeria, and also for the economy also, sir. From my place to my school here, because I live at Ibejuleki, so me coming here, I spent 5,000 naira for transport fare. If I'm also going back home, I spend 5,000 naira, making 10,000 naira. So for this month alone, I've been spending 40,000 naira on only transport fare alone. Transportation is killing almost every one of us in Nigeria. If I'm coming to the school, I have to do what? I have to eat. Let's say I estimate myself for the food. I eat, let's say 1,000. So it's a lot. I heard about the student loan that we can actually take a loan that when we want to fill the form, they will ask for the name of the school and everything, and also the account of the school. They will deposit the money into the account of the school. That after we graduated from the school, they will be deducting the money from our salary. But I've not been benefited from the loan.
It affected me negatively because it's first time with my parents. So whatever affects my parents will affect me. It has not been easy to support my education. They should just consider us more on their plans and anything they want to do. They should consider the students. Like I had to come here from Badagry because my study center at Badagry does not have a lab for our practicals. So I had to come all the way from Badagry here to find a place to stay and all of that. It has been very risky and not easy. I've heard about the student loan, but I was told it was not real.
For some, the fuel subsidy removal and rising cost of living have brought significant hardship, while for others, they acknowledged the tough decisions holding on to hope for long-term gains was necessary. But again, insecurity remains a deep concern for many. Even as the government reports progress, it's a daily balance between struggling and resilience for Nigerians. So to understand the strategic shift, Elizabeth and I from bdtv News turn to Professor Anthony Killer, who is the director of CIAPS, a leading strategist in governance and policy making. He highlights the administration's bold reform, like the exchange rates unification aimed at fiscal stability and attracting investment, which was not bad. But again, while these moves are made, the administration undoubtedly has caused immediate economic pain, particularly with inflation.
I am one of those people, the few of us left, that do not agree that removing fuel subsidy was a good idea.
Fuel subsidy is gone.
A lot of people agree that it's a good idea, including those of us who were against it before. All of a sudden they agree, let history and their conscience judge them. Because when some of us were against it, it wasn't personal, it wasn't political. It was pure economics. Why am I against removal of fuel subsidy? Because I know as a trained economist, and I want to underline that, when you remove fuel subsidy from a system like Nigeria, I was against it under Jonathan because I said it will increase the price of transportation, it will increase the price of food, it will create poverty. And that is exactly what has happened now. If you say to me that you have to remove fuel subsidy, you have to tell me two things. One, why do you want to remove it? And two, what are you going to do with the removal? If you're removing it because people are corrupt, then gather the corrupt people together and jail them or stop them from being corrupt. The people involved in the corruption of fuel subsidy are less than 2,000. So because of 2,000 people, you're going to make 200 million people suffer. That does not make sense the way I was brought up. But there's something very wrong about that, and it needs to be said.
Professor Anthony Killer also went on to point out some key areas where Tinubu's administration and style has affected the nation, but the challenge still lies in translating these policies into tangible improvements for every citizen of Nigeria.
I think so far the government is very high on intentions and politics, but rather low on governance.
Okay.
And I say this because I use three elements, three criteria. What did they meet there? What did they promise? And what do we expect from them? When they were going to government, what the promise was lower prices, more food, more employment, a better Nigeria. For any reason in the world. That is, by the way, so far so bad because the cost of energy has gone up, the cost of electricity has gone up, prices of food have gone up.
Absolutely.
So, I don't know, maybe they're building the house, maybe it will be better, but in the meantime, it is rough for people, and it must be said, because if it is not said, government might get a wrong impression. Whether they are doing it for our own good. They celebrate reforms. Technically, I can see some of these reforms. I disagree with some of these reforms. I think we're halftime now. At halftime, government should be saying, I have done this, not I am going to do. I call it governance by tenses. By halftime, government should be using past tense, not future tense. So they shouldn't be saying what they're doing or what they plan to do. I think that's not good for Nigeria. And because I'm not a partisan politician, I still hope that they do something very quickly to improve the situation. But generally, the situation is bad. If you're in a country where the bag of rice is more than the salary
Of the average
Nigerian,
Mm-hmm.
that's not a good place to be.
So it is no news that President Tinubu's first 2 years have been marked by often difficult decisions to spark growth and changes in our economy. But again, is Nigeria now on a better trajectory? That's the question mark. And the path ahead is still unfolding, for sure, but fraught with both promises and ongoing hurdles. We ask again, so far, as the nation moves forward, should the ultimate measure of his leadership so far be focused on how swiftly and equitably the benefits of renewed hope is touching Nigerians in different ways? If at all, has it truly reached the homes and lives of all Nigerians? Well, the journey continues. And so you heard everyone's opinion, from students to market women. You heard them rant over how they've gone through a lot and how it's difficult for them to be able to come to work or go to marketplace, even be able to get to lectures on time. Does this mean that Nigerians are going through a lot? Does it mean that the fuel subsidy removal affected the nation in a very, negative manner or otherwise? Now, we also heard Professor Anthony Killer being interviewed by Elizabeth, and you heard all he had to say. As a professional, he weighed in. But looking at the streets right now, as people begin to say, people are still buying fuel at exorbitant prices, but they have the money to buy this fuel. So the question is, 2 years has come and has gone. Are we moving forward or are we regressing? You decide. Has the 2 years of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu favored you or not? A big question that needs big answers. My name is Donika Valentine, BDTV. Until some other time, let's keep hoping.